Just don't know where my face should be right now, but I'll be right back, chat. Enjoy the background thematic music. And also, note that Doomslayer is standing on something very odd. I got it for buying something that was on super sale for like $6 today. That they finally released a bundle of on the PlayStation. Yeah, it gave me this, and the titles of them are very ironic of what I was going to talk about today. I don't think it's subtle anymore. I think they know some people have figured it out. Which, welcome back to Doom. We actually might need to turn the music down a little bit. Hold on. I gotta make adjustments to my settings. 1 second. Options. Audio. Just turn the master volume down. Everything else I've customized. Alright, because I don't want to feel like I'm yelling at you, chat. Music's gonna go even further down. I want it to be predominant, but not overwhelming. Since Doom is known for its music. That's still kind of actually pretty loud. My headset is so sensitive. Right there. Horde mode sound effects volume. I'm actually going to turn that down as well. This is going to be 60 like this one. Okay, that should be good. Sound effects might need to go down to 40 now. Okay. Curtail our settings here. While I bring up chat and stuff and check some things on the PSN side before we get going. Today's more just going to be a chill stream for this. We're going to be talking and kind of just, it's more of a vlog for about Doom and about its universe and talking about the lore and the codexes I finally broke down and read more and more of. And as I read it several times, I realized something. And I didn't catch it the first time we ever beat this. That's primarily what today's episode is, and we're gonna beat a certain level that I'm on right now that has one of the more interesting bosses in Doom early on. Also one of the more difficult ones. Yes, we are live. Good. Fazir, the $60 heavy metal album with a free game attached to it. Yeah, essentially. That is essentially what Doom kind of is. Even back in the day, the music wasn't as heavy metal yet. Playing Doom again and beating all the originals and beating Doom 1 and Doom 2. Playing Doom 3 for the fun of it here and there when I did. I haven't gone back and finished it. But once again, we're going to be talking about even Doom 3. And Quake as well, as you see something special Slayer is standing on right now. I got that for buying a certain bundle this morning. And now that I've checked my settings, let's go to Customize real quick. Actually, I don't have to. It's at the bottom left. So I equipped the player icon and the title icon. Note what it says under my name for the Quake side of things. Arena Champion. Now, we'll get to that when I go to the Codex. I finally think I have the actual, I know what is what, who is who, and this is that. This makes Dark Ages so much even more amazing in my opinion, because it's who is the king at the time of the Dark Ages event. Now, Dark Ages itself is not itself Quake 1 and Quake 2. That would be way predominantly before that. But we're going to get to a codex talking about a species. I don't know if I missed this when we didn't play it, or I just never read it, or I just left it on the screen and I got bored of reading them, because during that time when we beat this game, it was more about me just playing the game and just fighting the demons and all that. At that time, I cared about the lore, but I also, at the same time, how should I put this? Not as much. Like, I had other games I cared more about the lore at that time. That was also during Resident Evil, I think, as well. So I was predominantly focused on the lore for that. And since Resident Evil's not around right now, it's allowed me to come back to Doom and use my Wesker brain and see what I missed. And holy shit. But yeah. How big is the web? Are we catching buses or trains? Trains. It's not buses. It's trains. And you're gonna when we break this down, or we're gonna do the Codex stuff first because I want to get all the slow stuff out of the way first. The talking about things, reading the codexes. Then we're gonna go into the actual level that I saved for the stream. Then after this episode, I'm gonna go beat a bunch of more levels, and then at the next time I fight a real good boss, that's when we'll do another stream for this. Before we get into DLC. I'm pretty much ready for the DLC, but I'm a little concerned. I can't remember. Let me see something real quick. See, it remembers my original. This is something that I laughed at when I saw it. It has my original save. It remembers where we were. So we technically have it, but I guess my only issue, and I'm beating the campaign again, I wonder if it feeds off of my upgrades from the main campaign. I need to get out of the sun here and pull up. If it does, then this means that when we did that DLC, I had not gone back through and beat the campaign again. That was after we had lost our original save file for at least the game saves themselves. So profile data is still on here, but the game saves were not. So that's why we started the DLC straight up last time. But also part of me goes, yeah, that might have been a mistake. But at least mechanically, I'm back in tune. I'm a lot faster than I was when I tried to do it. So, but hey. Did you hear about the Warfare movie? I have not. Like, Call of Duty? Is that what you're talking about? Wait, is that... They're doing a Call of Duty? I mean, it's one of those, it's like, could that really fail, technically, with the way it is? His shotgun disappeared. Wow, okay. So this is where we're at. This is why I saved this for today's episode. You see where we are. One of the more interesting and harder battles of the game. This actually still might kill me once or twice. Hopefully not more than that. But just because these things are nasty. Also, you know that giant spider and the spider demon looking thing with the machine cannon and rockets? Yeah, that's one of these finished. I realized looking at that's a Doom hunter. That's a hunter that goes out there to hunt Doom and also the other Night Sentinels. It's built to kill them. So showing that even the demons had these things during the Dark Ages. They had less of them. And we're gonna get to why the demons won. And your mind's gonna go because you're gonna go, no freaking way, that's why the main universe lost the war with the Sentinels. Other than the priests betraying them, of course. Which that's also going to be heavily shown off and during the age of the Deeg and the betrayal of what happened. And that, I forget what his name is. The red guy that's in the trailers. That's what I call him now. But he has a name in the Codex. I just forgot what it was. He's like the head of all the Hell Priests or something like that. But a movie based on Desert Storm. Oh. Okay, see, that seems interesting. I have not seen that, no. I'll have to look it up on YouTube and look at the trailers. You said there's a trailer out? Oh, you said hear about it. Is there a trailer for it yet? I'm going to go ahead and load this in because we have to be in here to do this. We're going to start from the beginning, though. How do I... Hold on. I'm trying to remember how I get to my fortress. I don't want to go back and do another mission. We're just gonna have to do it in here. I don't remember how to go back to the fortress, so we'll just deal with it. We'll just have to read it on the field. And you missed the very slightly beginning of this place, but I didn't do much. Still a lot to go in this level. Make sure I'm attuned. Yeah, see. I gotta get those kinks out before I fight. Right, the dash doesn't come back quick yet. I haven't got that upgrade yet. Remember that, so. This is another thing. Getting all my good shit back to make me as fast as I remember. Oh, okay, wait, what am I doing? Hold on. Let's do... Is there a Codex coming up, or have I already got this? I think I already picked this one up. I did, but let's go in the room. This is the room I picked up the last Codex from. Too bad you can't re-pick it back up so I can see where I left off. But, let's do it now. Because the rest is going to be fighting. Codex. Alright. I see. We don't want Earth right now. Earth is going to be important. Get ready for this. Earth is way more important than I thought. Something I did not consider. And you're going to go, oh no. This is why I wanted to go back to the fortress, but we might have to save that part for when I actually beat the level. But we'll cover the Sentinel stuff first. Because this is what I kind of want the most. Along with Hell. Not that. Don't care about that. Yeah, just in Hell. So right now, all we care about is these two. For now. Saving this one because this is the crux to, oh my god, what in the world, how did I miss that? We'll get to that soon. But I'm gonna try to read this as fast as I can. So we don't waste too much time reading. And then I'll break it down in loose terms as we go forward. Because I don't want to mince words and say it wrong. Either. So, okay. So, translation from Ligra Saltagenta. Saltagenta. If I can pronounce my Sentinel words. Saltagenta, Book of Kings. What treachery comes from our darkest selves, driven by greed and want? For I have been deceived by the Deeg. They came north, with I, the priest, as allies, to our cause against the Khanmaker and her unscrupulous methods. Their silvery tongues wagging, they laid a plan for us, sowed the seed of desire for a hasty triumph. This is, by the way, before I go any further, what you're seeing right now, this is the setup for the Dark Ages. This is what the Dark Ages is going to be about. This right now, this might as well be a synopsis, this one codex, for all of what Dark Ages is going to show. So listen to this carefully. So, they laid a plan for us and sowed a seed of desire for hasty triumph. They claimed knowledge of the Maker's source of power. I bet they did. In the demon realm. A vast foundry of souls, where the innocent are put to fire. Now, I'm going to stop after this next. I want to see if you can guess something out of that one sentence. I'm going to hit L2 and R2 real quick. So I'm going to read that again. So, a vast foundry of souls, where the innocent are put to fire for the essence. In the foundry's destruction, our victory is assured. They told us, and the fools that we were, that I am. Oops, sorry. Believe their lies. On their word. Remember, this is a setup for what Dark Age happened in the Dark Ages. On their word, we sent the Doomslayer and the Night Sentinels to destroy the foundry. And the priests cast a gate for their egress. As the last veteran entered the demon's empire, our final hope of reclaiming our dominion, the Deed closed the path and left them stranded. They were trapped, lost in the eternal void by the actions of the traitors. How could I not see their intentions? Am I blinded by grief for the loss of Taras Nabad, of my people? We have fled again, with barely a legion of the Night Sentinels left to protect us. The Deeg are gone, returned to their mistress. May the race forgive my failure. Okay. You see, very realistic in very realistic in firefights. I'm surprised something like this can even be made. Oh no. Oh, in modern Hollywood. Hollywood is a little bit safer than sometimes games get punched in the face for. Because it's a movie. You're watching the movie, you're not playing the movie. Even though that's all still blah, it'd still be fine as a game too, but yeah, Hollywood has a little more freebie. And also, once again, it kind of proves actually, and you are correct about one thing, it kind of proves we're going away from a certain mentality a little bit now, finally. A certain mentality I've spoke of multiple times. So, it means we're going back to slightly being normal. That we even know what that word is anymore. Anyways, are we sure we're not being harvested for essence already? Anyways. Yeah, back to what I was back to the next thing. So I don't know if we'll read the wolf. Oopsies. I don't know if the wolf actually plays into anything. It's short. I'll read it just because it's short. Argenta legends speak of sentinel beasts, loyal creatures that lived as companions of one of the hardened warriors. By the way, that's what that dragon is. That dragon thing is Slayer's sentinel. Loyal creatures that lived as companions of the hardened warriors, often larger, swifter, and stronger than the others of their kind. These animals shared instincts with their masters and aided them in battle. The Night Sentinels never shared publicly the origin of these creatures for all. Yeah. Actually, this is kind of important. Of these creatures, for only they stood worthy of them. So. Oh, God. Okay, I'm going to say something before we continue. Let's use, and this is where your brain's gonna start already breaking. Let's use Stellaris as our base. You heard what I said. So as a way to break these factions up. So as if you've ever played Stellaris even once, you know how when two more superior, maybe fallen factions use another smaller faction who is not awoken or is still pretty primitive in scientific terms? Yeah. Wait till you find out who the actual. I'm gonna give this some Warhammer kind of hilariousness right now. Wait till you find out who the actual good guys are. And the irony is gonna be hilarious. I love it though, because they did it well. And then Dark Ages looks like it's. Ooh. That's why we're doing this. This is a hype up for Dark Ages as well, to be fair. That's what this stream really is, but I'm not even gonna front. Alright, to the next BS. Now, this isn't the one that I'm going to talk the most about. This king is later. There's a different king we're going to speak of the Sentinels at some point, but we're not to him yet. So, Vega data entry, King Novik. Let me read chat real quick. Yo, yo, yo. My 2025 Harlan is modded and ready for big. Wow. Oh, nice. That's cool. I can't ride a bike, but to be fair, I probably would buy a Harley if I had the money for that and I could ride it. I do love me some Harleys. It's the Dante in me. Anyways, um, okay, but yeah, so like I said, we're gonna do all the reading stuff, the slightly boring stuff. Sadly, because this is a live stream, I can't give you a timestamp. If this was a recorded video and posted, I could put a timestamp. If you don't care about the lore, you just want to see me shoot demons still, and you're not into all that, you could skip ahead. Sadly, it's a live stream. Won't be able to do that until I post it up. But I will warn everyone right now, just in case you're not into the story of games and stuff, like you're not into the lore side of things like I am. We are going to do all the lore stuff first, and then we're going to do the rest of the hype up of the. Since this is just a hype up video for Dark Ages next month for Doom, and explaining kind of its backstory and what the setup of it is, um, and what's going to be happening. The rest is going to be piles of whoa, didn't know that was like that, and realizing what we're going to do in the DLC for this game since we never beat it makes even more sense now once I get done. So let's get into King Novik. But I do think, and also as far as that new movie, I think that movie's going to do well. There's a lot of good. Back to the other thing, real quick, before I go back into Doom and focus. I think we're going away from that certain mentality now, so we're starting to see like games finally. Not as many yet, but they're getting there. And movies starting to revive. Not from some developers yet of movies in Hollywood. Looking at you, Disney. You best learn before you fall off that train too late after everyone else already has. Just saying. Because I had found some disturbing things about the Fantastic Four. We're not going to go into. Not in this stream. It's not about that. We'll talk about that another time in another video. That can be more about that. I sense an Iron Man 3. I just hope I'm wrong. That's all I'll say. But back to the thing that's not being slightly stupid. Um, uh, oh, 33? I thought about it. If I have enough money, we are going to check that out. I have to be really careful with my money this next 2 months because I'm trying to save up and I'm giving extra money out to help my mom right now with our living situation, what we've got going on right now, because we're battling against a roof of things that were basically forced upon us because of a scammy mechanic and some other things that happened that basically screwed up our plans of me going back to Georgia, going back to college, and things like that. So I'm trying to give as much extra as I can without it hurting me to alleviate at least some of it and try to speed this process up for the both of us. So I ain't gonna have a lot to work with. The four major games, I'm not gonna tell you what the surprise game is. It's not that, sadly. But we are gonna try Expedition 33 is what it's called at some point. It reminds me of the old day, that Xbox game that was made by Lost Odyssey or something, whatever it was called. It was on Xbox and was made by Square Enix, Final Fantasy's creator. But it was all about timing. It was a turn-based game, but when you did your attack, if you timed your button when the attack happened properly, you'd land a critical hit, or do extra stuff. So it's got those kind of mechanics. It looks really fun, and the story looks interesting. It gives off a weird Lost in Space kind of Final Fantasy clone, like not clone, like combination hybrid. And I'm like, that's very different. And I give anything like that a chance. So I'm definitely gonna check. And I love turn-based strategy, anyways. So we're definitely gonna check it out at some point. I don't think it's an XCOM turn-based strategy. I think it's more Final Fantasy old school style turn-based, but it's really beautiful. Um, let's see. Yeah, it's like I'm sorry to hear about you. What happened to your mom, also, Christopher? I just seen that comment. That's never an easy thing. That's something I fear every day with mine. I the stress that, like I said, me and my mom have had to deal with unnecessarily over the last because of other people that are. It just It doesn't surprise me, but it does baffle me. There's still people that terrible in reality when it comes to ripping someone off, especially a family like me and my mom. It's my wheelchair van. It was its engine, and it was supposed to be a certain type of engine, and they basically what it feels like they did instead of actually replacing it is it feels like they patched up my original engine and put it back in there. I have no way, sadly, improving this anymore, but too much got lost to the wayside and took too long. Now we're just picking up the pieces. But I guarantee you, me and my mom got scammed out of that. So it has slowed so many things I had planned down. It's still happening. It's just had to be delayed. That's why streaming came back again so heavily. Because y'all even remember the end of last year before everything went south when I knew the van was gonna get the engine and all this done, and I knew that was coming. I was I thought it was since I didn't think we were actually getting scammed at the time and didn't know this or any of we neither of us knew this was gonna happen. Um, I was prepping for streaming to kind of go into the wayside for a while because we might be focused. I was gonna focus my enjoyment on something else for a while. I was still going to do streams here and there, but they were never going to be like the new games necessarily, unless it just happened I had to happen to have that game because I bought it for myself in the background while going to college to have something to do when I'm not doing homework or trying to work on my robotics and AI and all that. But that went out the window for right now. And I tried to get a temporary thing here in where I live in the state I live in right now for at least for the AI to go try to get part of it started here, but I was met with a bunch of brick walls with the people that were supposed to help me, and I just didn't feel like I wasn't going to get anywhere. So I decided, all right, then what I'll do is I'll focus on helping mom. I'll bring streaming back up temporarily for now, at least on a minimal basis, meaning we're going to focus on only like two major games I'm going to actually pay for right now, unless I just happen to have extra by the end of the month. Um, for next month, it's Dark Ages, the surprise game, and ironically now, because I got the remake, we're also gonna go back to Quake, because now that I have Quake on my PlayStation, it plays so much better. We can pick up where we left off on that, and I know where we were. I looked it up, so that'll be the main. It'll be very Doom heavy. It's gonna be very boomer shooter oriented for next month, mostly. There'll be some side stuff here and there, and of course my co-ops with the Mad Lad himself, always. That actually might be coming something else some right soon as well. We're doing a lot of Warhammer right now. We're a shout out to Darius as well before we get back into this. Um, but me and James are I checked out the update James was talking about a certain Motor Town game. Yeah, that thing is. Yep. We're definitely gonna do an episode of that because it changed a lot. It also, this is gonna baffle you for the first time ever. I had to raise my suspension on Venom, aka Darkseid, my biggest big rig I have. I actually had to raise the suspension. The trailer bottoming her out. They've been changing a lot. The physics are nice. I'm impressed. I definitely have to show it, and we have to show some of the new vehicles off too. I'm working up money. I'm gonna be playing it tonight to earn some more money as well. I'm gonna be earning money in the background tonight and over the next few days when we're not doing Doom stuff, and when I'm not working on Doom Eternal itself, to get enough money so when I do stream that with James, we can just buy whatever vehicle, try it out, and see what we can do to it, and kind of show off the new stuff. It looks really great, but. You see, I won't spoil it, but if you like those old Vietnam War movies. Oh, love. I mean, I like war movies to a certain extent. I'm not going to rush out to a theater to see one compared to a Marvel movie. Well, maybe not this next one. Like I said, I'm not. I don't want to get into that, but we'll see. It might be just people jumping too much to the gun and taking too much to the conclusion. But lately, the people that I've been listening to haven't been wrong. So it's a scary notion that this might be true. But we'll see. I hope not. but yeah, but I'm not gonna rush out to see, maybe a war movie, but that's based on real life, because there's enough terribleness when it comes to real life war, anyways. So it's not one of my types of movies I, consume very well, and don't really enjoy as much. Um, but like, cause I like sci-fi stuff and more like just stuff that is not real. At least until it becomes real, then it's like, oh great, well, don't need that anymore. We can live it now, yay. but um. But so I was like, I'll give you two things that I'm definitely going to be watching, which I'm trying to keep track of and don't forget: Alien Earth, Predator Badlands, and those would be something I'm going to rush out to see, especially Predator Badlands because of what it's about. Alien Earth is about one book that I love, basically, in a general gist of things, but in a cinematic universe way. Predator Badlands is about another one that I love, and I'm like, it's finally happening. It's finally happening. And there's a Wayland droid working with the Predator. I'm like, it has happened. We finally get to see the true extent of that universe. I'm so excited, Chad. Sorry, it's also a lore. Basically, this is technically a vlog slash hype video for Dark Ages. What's coming up next month? Talking about the other things I'm excited about, lore wise, of certain things that I've just been ignored for far too long. I might see this movie because the reviews are good, and oh, nice. Well, yeah, he's one. By the way, that's one of my one of the people I listen to the most. Is that beautiful man right there, Charlie. Especially when it comes to pure reviews, just actually talking about it and giving something that makes sense. Because lately, when you have a world flooded with "it's beautiful" when the game's like made out of pure trash garbage. It's very refreshing. That's why he's one of my faves. He will tell them like it is, just like two others that I watch as well, for other things. I respect hard cold truth highly. Let's see. Oh, that's where I was wondering where he been. Oh, that makes sense. Good on him. Probably needs a break after some of the stuff. Good. That's awesome. Can't wait to see what he does, what he's about to hit us with then soon. He's missed. I mean, he's probably been keeping track of it, but he's missed some things. I don't want to get into that stuff because my channel isn't that kind of thing. But even a certain anime-based type channels are on fire right now because of certain betrayals and things. Apparently, I'm like, what is happening? If you know what I mean. It's like, cause it's no. Before we could get into full Doom mode, it's no secret I'm a Slanesh. So there are certain channels I probably watch, and certain VTubers, but not that one. That's all I'll say. Ironically, you would think I would have actually never graduated towards that one. That's all I'll say. The one that's did all the stuff that happened apparently. I don't know that much about it. I'm not one that follows all of that. I just enjoy some of the channels that I watch from those content creators. Uh, uh, my brain went melted. Um, but it's just crazy to hear that. I'm like, The world's losing its mind. The idiocracy begins. Oh man, husband goes on vacation, everything goes to. I mean, maybe you're not wrong. Maybe they planned it that way. But then they forgot. Wait a minute, but he's not the only one though. There's another one that also is a VTuber as well and does things like he does. It covers stuff like that. He's also my other go-to for stuff and those kind of. That's actually where I found out about this. But it's insane. But anyways, back to Doom. We're getting really sidetracked. But yeah, but it's just insane. But that's to give you any like I prefer channels who are gonna to show me. If you're gonna talk about something and try to be one of these channels that's gonna go into the max details, do like what I'm doing with Doom right now. Actually show the codexes, talk about it, and this is something that's not even still close to that because that stuff has to do with real life stuff. And real life stuff, you better get your facts straight or you're gonna look like an idiot. So that's why I watch their channels because they actually delve and look it up and show the information on stream and or on the video and show why they say these things and why they're and common sense. I mean, if there's actually something there that's saying it is and they're just people just aren't ignoring that in other streams, well, that says a lot. So that's why I prefer those types of channels with those things. Now, when it comes to normal YouTube, I prefer just. I think I'd have to say before this is just a little small take on me, because this also has to do with me. Doom's a big part of my life. It has been, and Dark Ages is no different, or will be no different. It's coming to me at a time where I basically got. I literally got. Oh God, no! I just put two and two together. I got trapped here temporarily and not able to return to the Night Sentinel homeworld. Oh, Jesus. Sometimes I wonder if my life is also a show. Like, what was that with Jim Carrey, right? Yeah, Truman Show. Sometimes I swear. I know it's not, but sometimes that's what it feels like. At least the way things have gone. It's like, so it does feel like that sometimes things just, I just, woo, that's really coincidental. It's like, but anyways. And see, my last comment, a judge got arrested for, wow. I won't say what law they wrote, but let's just say, ah, no, I get what you mean. Wow. Oh, well, at least, I mean, they got arrested. That's important. That's the most important part. Because that's like, it's just not enough of that goes on. But I'm glad that sounds like that the right thing was done according to how vague you were, and I knew exactly what you meant. Yeah, they definitely need to be arrested if they're doing that. It's a big enough problem as it is. So, and oof, like I said, the idiocracy begins. But all right, let's read about King Novik now before we lose our minds. King Novik ruled over Sentinel Prime for many years as its warrior patriarch, ordained protector of the Southern Sentinel worlds. The Sentinel people, defined by a legacy of war, deem only those of the warrior caste befit to rule. And in times of battle, it is expected that the king lead from the battlefield. I want you to note that sentence, chat. Note that sentence. The sentinel deem only those warrior castes, so in times of battle, are expected that the king lead the battlefield from lead from the battlefield rather than from the safety of his throne. As it is written in Sentinel law, a king is a king unfit for battle is likewise unfit to rule. Yeah? The Sentinel people have from beast and human alike. Oh God, the irony begins when when that clicked, and then I started reading the rest after I noticed that sentence. For some reason, it's one word, right? It's one word. It's one word. I read it the last time we beat this game, but it didn't click. We're not talking about the demons right now. We're not. We're not talking about how demons fought humans as well in the UAC, right? This is the Sentinels. This is Slayer's people. These are the other humans from a separate human species being invaded by it. Gee, does anyone remember what Quake 2 was like? Does anyone remember that Quake 2 was the strong? I mean, even though it was written like a 90s, no offense, Starship Troopers movie, because it used human, it did use Earth, and it did. It did. It did. Just wait, chat. It's about to get real stupid. Oh man, sorry. For millennia, the Sentinel people have secured their civilization against threat against beast and human alike, passing on the mantle of battle to each subsequent generation and refining the craft of war into an art of an ultimate mastery. Even in times of peace, the Night Sentinels remain vigilant, developing new technologies of conquest, each the more capable of securing their domain across the sovereign worlds. Worlds. All right, next. And to what I'm pretty sure is one of the bigger pieces of the puzzle. We're going to talk about this in a second. So let's read this. So, let's see. Let's see. Demon is an offensive term. We prefer mortally challenged. For some reason, every director in existence. Well, no. The irony is, I mean, that's true. But I actually think that's on purpose. I don't think that's just directors just don't want to say the word demon because it uses the word hell. You could, right there even, watch, I'm going to read this one sentence. But the last of the remaining Night Sentinels, only one remained in hell. If you're going to use that word, why be shy of the word demon? I actually don't think that's why they did that. They are mortally challenged. You want to know why they're called that? Because that is their term, the term for a certain race that became what the demons are. We're almost there, chat. Few more codexes. We're almost there. So let's read the betrayer. After years of remember that's the guy you meet in the cave. That was in a level I've already beat. He's the one whose son was taken by the Maker and turned into the Destroyer. Now, I told you that I realized something in these codexes too, and we're going to get to that here soon. The Night Sentinels are like Space Marines. And if you're a 40K fan, you might be getting at what I mean by. So look at his face. Look at the structure of his face, and then think about us as a character. Think about how close that still is. Him to Doom. And to the DLC character. So, you ready for this? Let's read this, and then the next one that's going to come important is Sentinel history. We'll read the Fortress of Doom real fast. Only thing that's going to help us with is placement and how it got here, and what did even it play slightly into this. So, After years of prolonged war against the and actually ironically, look at the word it uses right here. After years of prolonged war against the demonic threat invading their world, Argent Dunur launched an offensive strike across dimensions, sending their greatest warrior into the heart of hell itself. This is also talking about the Dark Age incident as well. There is a trailer with the betrayer standing there if you pay attention. One of the scenes when it's going through the trailer shows the betrayer standing there with the other sentinels. So this is what this is also referring to. This is referring to what is going to happen in the Dark Age of the Dark Age game. We're also going to talk about how Dark Age is in Doom 1 or something as well. We'll get to that too. After years of prolonged war against the demonic threat invading their world, Argent Dunur launched an offensive strike across dimensions, sending their greatest warriors into the heart of hell itself. Despite their training and their preparedness, their honor was undone by deceit. Betrayal at the highest levels of command left Argent Dunur's bravest warriors cut off and scattered in the hellscape. But of these last remaining Night Sentinels, only one remained in hell by choice. Betrayer of the Argenta. It was Commander Valen, who relinquished the keys to the elemental sepulchre in return for his son's resurrection. Haunted by demonic visions, the image of his son's tortured existence plagued him. Without relent, the whispers of demons pushing him toward madness. In a moment of weakness, he fell prey to the demon's trickery, sealing the fate of Argent Dunur and dooming the kingdom to which he swore a lifelong oath to protect. Valen chose exile in the hellscape for his sacrilege. Now, his son is the destroyer. The thing you fight at the end of this game. Or at least, so I thought. We'll get to that. So, okay. Then I already read that. Okay, now next. Let's read real quick the Fortress of Doom. The Fortress of Doom is a command station used by the Sentinels for military operations. ESR dating suggests that the structure was built during the reign of King Danak, and spectral analysis of the Sentinel energy signature used to power the various systems confirms this theory. While the rock and metal structure of the vessel is undoubtedly Argenta design, the castle's subsystems, navigational, gravitational, centrifuge, life support, are of Maker origin, suggesting a design collaboration between the two species. Propulsion is notably absent, as it is not required. The fortress manipulates space through an unknown process involving sentinel energy. However, there is no indication that any of the systems were designed for Maker use. The access ways, control panels, and living quarters have been designed for the Argenta. By the way, the Argenta are the Night Sentinels. That's the other human species. That's what the Night Sentinel's human name is. Like we're called humans, they're called Argentas. But they're still human. It's just another word. So it can be assumed that it was Argenta Dimensions designed. So it can be assumed that the massive structure was made exclusively for Argenta warfare, likely as a flag station of the Night Sentinels' military forces. We have records of the Night Sentinels visiting many inhabited planets in their local quadrant. The extent of their empire is still being researched, and this fortress is likely a remnant of what was once a much larger fleet. I want to point out this thing starts in the Dark Ages, I think. I think that's what we get launched from, but then again, I don't. One thing will answer one question that I won't know until Dark Ages is, was this fortress present during the attack? Because according to the trailers right now, it looks like Doomslayer's under the control of the Makers, which he is if you read one of these codexes. He's basically been turned into a puppet temporarily. Now, if you go back in the lore far enough, there's a reason for that. but but okay, so larger fleet. The design of the structure suggests it was used as a command station for the Night Sentinel galactic exploration, and that troops would touch ground at their final destination through other means, either through the use of smaller transport ships or potentially through continuum gates. Dimensional travel has been noted in several Argenta texts, and is presumed to be one of the many technological advancements that the makers brought with them to Argent D'Nur. Though the precise method of this arcane technology is still unknown. Alright, here we go. This is the most important part, is this right here. This is the cake, or the meat to the cake, or the meat to the pie. This is from the same book we read from the king, but this is actually showing the birth of. I'm going to show you this picture. So this picture, as you can see, shows a world cracking open with a what's known as the cosmic spike, which will be explained in this little codex, and some sort of flight type creature being born from it, along with many other things you're going to note in this codex as well. All right, translation from the Ligra Soltagenta. Before man first spoke, an immense shard of rock and metal was cast onto the world, like it was a meteor. It was a giant spike from space, like meteor-like thing that punctured the planet. Was cast onto the world from the heavens. Thunder and cataclysm shook the land as the skies were torn asunder. The cosmic spear cleft a hole through our mortal lands, pole to pole, from the cold wastes of the umbral plains to the fetid swamps of Ironfang. The womb of the world opened, and the elemental wraiths, the firstborn, spilled forth. They took to the skies, fierce in their emancipation, in their exaltation, but they brought vitality to the land, and all that felt their breath were awakened from their eternal slumber. Fierce beasts and an unforgiving biosphere rose in the passing of their shadow, as a wraith call echoed across Argent D'Nur. So here's the next part. First came the ancestrals, feral creatures invigorated by magic of the wraith. Note it's using the word magic. Remember what other game uses the word magic? It specifically uses the word magic here, instead of what it's been using in other places. Invigorated by the magic of the wraiths, they grew to enormous heights, mighty behemoths who waged war with each other for years. Now, have you figured out who that is yet? That's the demons. Or, they had another name, but we'll get to that too. They grew to it, and it said all create and destroyed all creation, caught in their wake. The wraith call continued to spread across the land, and soon the Argenta emerged. Remember what the Argenta are? The Argenta are the Night Sentinels, or the humans of that realm, of that universe. That's the first of the Night Sentinels, their version of the firstborn. The Argenta emerged from the steppes, our souls stirred into the form by the power of their breath. The Titans towered over the wild-blooded tribes, but found them uncowed. The secret of the sword was discovered, and in the darkness of the sweltering mountain forges, we beat steel until it was strong enough to pierce bone and sever flesh. Thus we came to be born. Thus we came to be born of rock and fire, lowly in the birth, but risen by the strength of our will, by the blessedness of the first ones. We forged sword and shield and took hammer to the ancestrals. We claimed dominion of creation by right of blood and magic. And the time of man came to be. With the ancestral beasts driven back to their bleak valleys, we rose. We tilled the fertile lands, husband beasts of burden, and built towering cities in the hollowed palace. On the obsidian throne, we crowned King Omora, the father, the first of the line that shall reign in perpetuity. We built the Cathedral of Reflection to worship the first ones and formed the Order of the Deeg. Pause. What was the Hell Priest's dominion called? Now you notice the play of words that these codexes have. And that's just what I think caught me off guard and why I didn't see it the first time. It on purposely in these codexes, and whoever wrote these is masterful genius. As far as like the lore itself and just how it ties back. King Ormora the Father, Order of the Deeg, whose priests pay tribute to the race and appease their tempestuous hunger. Our sons and daughters choose the path of the sword or the path of the alchemist, for each duty honors the gods. Though our ways were righteous, we were not without strife. Storms and I don't think this means anything what I'm about to read, but it is funny they use that exact word. I almost feel like even if it doesn't mean anything, they should have capitalized that word just to be funny. Storms and great quakes cast our spires down. Barbaric tribes laid siege. Remember, they do fight other humans. Barbaric tribes laid siege to our fields in search of the great gifts Mother Argenta had bestowed upon our world, and the song of the wraith call threatened to drive lesser men into madness. We were not lesser men. We defended that which the first one gifted us, our lands and the right to the bounty held within. We beat back the barbarian hordes and hardened our resolve. We rose above the fire, our bodies and souls tempered, and an unbreakable will was shaped in the forge of battle. What emerged was the heart of our legion, the Order of the Night Sentinels. So, chat, I want to point something interesting out to you. Do you remember us playing Quake 1? Let's go to the chat and talk for a second. I want to read what I missed anyways. They use the term daemon because the definition of the world of beings between gods and mortals. Yes, but the irony is even gods and mortals is not an accurate term. That's tricking you. Those words are meant to throw you off. That's why I didn't notice that the Order of the Deeg was formed from the first ones. And the first ones also formed the Night Sentinels. So they were one and the same originally. But I don't think they remembered this. So because they ended up giving into something else, and that'll be another coda in a different codex. But here's the thing. So I'm gonna go back to Quake 1 for a second. You see, let me read what you said. Ah, I see why Doom Guy let the icon loose on the Maker world to destroy it. And there's gonna be even more to that soon enough. And by the way, that's not the real destroyer, I don't think either. Ah, like I said, I found a train catching web because now you're going to find out what Quake really is. I was wrong about Quake on one thing. Quake is not necessarily, at least not directly, the other Doom guy. Now he might be, but not in the same sense of the word of what I'm about to explain. They are space marines, the Night Sentinels. And what I mean by this is, and I'm going to say one word that's going to make everything make sense you just read. Gene seeding. So, as you can probably guesstimate what I'm probably leading towards in some ways, Quake is a prequel. It's not just, I thought it was just, oh, that's just a different version of Doomslayer, and they fought each other in the DLC because it's crossing of dimensions, and these things fight over dimensions with each other. No, it's way deeper than that well ever went. It's the fact that Quake itself, its entire, especially Quake 1. Quake 2 is a little, I think Quake 2 is when they tried to branch it off a little bit more into being its own series. But that even being said, its deeper roots on what its backstory is, maybe I might be wrong on, I think I might have been wrong on that too. And it is also canon in its own right, which we'll get to that at some point as well. That's why I already ate today, because I want this to be a fun, slow episode. We're not going to rush it. We're just going to have fun and read and enjoy the learning of the lore and then blow up some demons. Oh, excuse me, mortally challenged. Or one could say the first ones. But anyways, it's like so simple. Let's see. Bounty Hell, we beat back the Barbarian. Oh yeah, Quake 1. What were we fighting that whole game? I want someone to see if they can remember. And there were some creatures and monsters in there and beasts. But what were we fighting predominantly? Let's see, let's see. I see why. Some other news. We might get a 50. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Oh wait, is one of them actually trying to? That's a sign of things to come. I feel like. I'm telling you, man. It's people are had enough. The average people who aren't people who are closed up in bubbles, and I'll say this only once, and I'm only going to go slightly into this. The average people who just live this life like you, me, Farseer, Tam King, all of us, Chris, everybody out there, we're tired of all the BS that's been going on. Canada, America, Britain, every single one. So it's no surprise that maybe they're succeeding to us because they're probably tired of what Canada's been doing the same thing our country was doing to us longer, for a lot longer. So that does not surprise me. But see, I'd say let them join. We'll get some good maple syrup. I love that. I love that meme. Although they do have some banging maple syrup, literally, like for real, and they actually do take that seriously somewhat. That I thought that was just a meme, but Canadians really do love their maple syrup, and they will. That's probably the one thing they will stab you for. That's what brings out their old barbarian sides. Is when you steal the maple syrup. Anyways, but that doesn't surprise me. All jokes aside, that does not surprise me in the climate of today's anything. The world is coming to a conclusion. And what is it just me, or are we starting to feel a bit sentinel-like? I'm just making that joke in light, but To be fair, that would end up at least good and bad. Hopefully, we learn quickly from what might be. But, anyways, as jokes all aside, back to the story. We beat back the barbarian hordes in Quake. No, I'm just kidding. But there were, if you remember, we fought mostly humans. Some of them were like barbarians wielding axes and swords. Remember the guys with the armors with the sword? They threw magical like blades at us. And this thing says that they fought against other tribes and things that used magic. So I'm almost we're 95% now at this point. 95% shown you and shown what the deeper lore of this. Grew up on Quake, Doom. These are my favorite games. This is why I'm also somewhat obsessed with this. So, same thing for Resident Evil. May it be blessed when it comes to me guessing all of its secrets. It's just too bad I'm not famous enough for Capcom to know who I am, because if they saw half of the stuff that I've predicted in Resident Evil before it was ever put out there, they'd probably not only look at me like, "Are you psychic? Are you getting into our files?" And I'll be like, "No, I'm just really good at predicting people's minds and when writing, because I really like lore. I like story. So I'm just that way. It's an instinct thing, and I so far haven't been proved wrong." Better than even the ones who say they have access to stuff like that, which maybe proves that maybe they don't actually have access to stuff like that when it comes to those kinds of things in early takes, as some people do. But it's alright though. And I think the reason why I do so good at it is because I'm not trying to make it something on purpose. I'm just going with what feels right by reading what the game is putting in front of me. That's would To be fair, even before there was even real stories in games anyways, that was kind of how you discerned anything happening in an old game. There weren't a bunch of text or codexes or cutscenes or stuff back in my day. I had to do it. No, it was all about using the game's mechanics, looking at the level, seeing what it looks like, and deducing it from that. So that's probably why I have that gift too, is because I grew up in an era where you didn't get handed the story on a silver platter. I also think it helps the story designers when they do leave some things open, just so in a way you can let your fans help design your lore. Because this also opens up with making sequels easier. Because it is kind of an ordeal for any writer to have to keep making sequels, even for books or anything. That's a dangerous slope. It can get real bad real fast if you make any missteps at all after the first one. First one's easy. Second one is, it's gonna be somewhat forgiven if it's slightly off. Third one, you're gonna get crucified if you do it wrong. So it is one of those things that maybe it's better, and I do appreciate. I think it's Bethesda, right? And I do, yeah. I think no, or is it id? Either way, I appreciate the developers and publishers of this game for still remembering that, because that is part of the beauty of this codex and of this lore, is figuring out what it's actually talking about. At least to me. Some people don't care about this stuff, but I do. But all right, we've read that one. Now we need part two. Aha! So look at that picture. You see what's at the center of that picture? Now we noted this one. This was the easiest one. This is the one just going to talk about another king in a different time, and it's going to talk about a certain Khan. So that's in this game, Khan Maker. So translation from the Book of Kings. In the time of grief, when King Etrix took the throne, a blessing came to the people of Argenta. White porcelain beings from a world above our own, uh, brought gifts to Denur, observers to our great deeds, admirers of our conviction. They sought to make they sought to make bond with our swords and bring lasting order to our world. These were beings unlike any we had seen before. Sword and shield had no weight against them, for the ethereal flesh of these luminous beings seemed unbound by mortality, able to move through time and space. They held sway over all dimensions of the known and unknown dimensions. Through their ways we grew stronger, our society bolstered by their infinite wisdom and all-knowing power, assuring our people's safety for all time. If only you knew. Also, we're going to talk about the con maker too, and that you're going to notice something as well. So you'll note, before I continue, these are the makers, or at least according to what we're seeing in the game when we're fighting them. This is what the hashtag con maker you fight at the end of the game, the lady who looks like a robot angel. However, I want you to note something important in this sentence. They're like porcelain beings, but note they do not refer to these guys as the makers. Something that took me another second gandering when I read this and went, wait, why are we calling them the makers in the current time, but that's not what the Sentinels called them? So this means that is not what the con maker is. So you know what that also means? The lady who is the crux of this game is not the con maker. Now I think I know who is, but and now I don't know if we're gonna see that more in Dark Ages or if that's who our secret guest in the DLC will be. That's my other theory towards that one. That's why we must beat the DLC, so I can finish off the pieces that this can't be understood without. Because I beat this game, I know all this game, base game, but we did not finish the DLC, so. We actually might start over in the DLC anyways, because I don't want to pick up where we left off, because we're going to miss out on important things. So, and since I'll be better, I'll actually be able to get through it faster. Let's see. Unbound by mortality. Through their ways we grew stronger, our society bolstered, safety for all time, in this world and the next. Where we sharpened the blade and mastered our magic, they bolstered the soul and the spirit. Death would no longer be the end of our people. So, okay. That's where the gene seeding began. This is when gene seeding of the Night Sentinels became a thing. This is when they started being able to essentially do what Space Marines do and essentially clone the Emperor as other major leaders like Gilliman and other people essentially, but not a direct clone. So basically producing a form of immortality. And technically all Space Marines do this in general. Especially the bigger ones in the Primaris. That's why there's always a gene seed responsible. And usually it's the apothecary, right? Or whatever they're called. The medics. Aren't they the ones who are supposed to make sure the gene seeds of their brothers return? It's kind of like that. But it was being done by, we're going to call them the makers for now. We'll talk about what they actually are in a little while. Because I want you to note something, and we're going to do this. Note that they do not have legs and that they fly. Right, chat? In that picture in the background with the three of them. They do not fly, and they have this strange angel but demon-like persona, but it's also been melded with machine. Now, look at the beings flying out of the spike. And remember, it did say that they were all born at the same time. So, back to the Stellaris comparison. We have finally gotten Faction 2, officially. So let's finish through which faction 2. Faction 1 is the Sentinels to make this easy for everyone. Faction 2, for now, we're going to call them the Makers, but I'm pretty sure they're actually, or are they? The Elemental Wraiths is what they're called. So no, 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 no. Gotta go back to where we're assuring our people sharpened. Okay, soul and spirit. Death would no longer be the end of our people. The ones we call the Makers, so they did end up calling them that. But I wonder, the Makers, our new allies in this brutal world, have given us the security and death we fought so hard to achieve in life. We would find eternal peace, and our minds would rest easy with the knowledge that those we fought alongside in battle would join us in the lands beyond the mortal plane. Now, that's actually a lie, technically. That's a lie presented by the elemental race, hashtag the makers. The strength of our ways, the purity of our essence would be maker law. Grant us passage to the great city in the clouds. There our women and children, warriors and kin alike, would welcome us. We adopted the holy doctrines of the Makers, gifted in exchange with the chance to earn eternal rest for our mortal souls in blessed Urdak. The covenant we held now under the embrace of our new gods fostered a peace we had never known, for they were unlike the first ones. Whose presence offered no paradise from fear and the uncertainty of existence in a harsh and unforgiving world. The Maker's embrace was warm and guided us into an era of spiritual prosperity. Oh boy. Part 3. History of the Sentinels, Part 3. Now note our fortress in this picture, and then the many other Sentinel war vessels leaving the atmosphere or going towards whatever they're going towards. They're about to basically get up high enough and then basically warp out. The fortresses are always up here, but those smaller vessels, as it said in one of the previous ones, are like more auxiliary, and hell, one could even say maybe these vessels are kind of the cruisers. Let's use Stellaris as an example. So the battle fortress or the Doom fortress that we sit on in between levels, they are they're the stations. They're the combat stations you can place in your star systems in Stellaris. The only difference here is these things can move. Like, these things can warp from one star system, if you were playing this faction in Stellaris, to another, just to provide extra resources and troops and firepower and night sentinels. So it's like, whereas the rest are probably like cruisers, maybe, I don't know how big they got. From what it's explaining, maybe even battleship level kind of ships. And it's like, and that. So I want to explain that picture real quick. Translation from the Book of Kings. All right. This is also why we're going back to Quake, and it couldn't have come to PlayStation at a better time. I really love the convenience that happened for this next month. With machine and enchantment of the makers, the Argenta brought our newfound support of our gods, spreading the enlightened word of the Khan Maker. We discovered there was not one enemy, but many. Worlds and peoples unknown to the Argenta were unveiled, and we saw our own suffering reflected in their eyes. Our righteous army strode into battle under the banner of the Night Sentinels and fought for the freedom of all peoples from the grasp of those who would exploit and prey upon them. Though we battled on soil not our own, the blood we shed in foreign lands safeguard Argentiner and the sons and daughters that defended it. Through the strange peoples we liberated, new alliances were formed. Note that sentence. New alliances were formed, and our beliefs became their own. Our armies swelled as the Argenta traversed the stars with gleaming war fleets. The Khan of the Makers approached. Here we go. All right, we're finally here. If I had hands to rub together like you do, like, here we go. Just pretend I have hands, chat. All right. The Khan Makers approached King Rowan on his throne. He sensed his god's restlessness by her disquiet manner. The king and the Khan spoke, and the god revealed she had foreseen a schism in the blood of the Argenta. A test would be required to identify its host among us. She spoke of a holy rite to be performed on the strongest of our warriors. Only those that proved worthy would be tested. For the impurity could reside in only the most resilient of our legion. The divinity machine, a great tribute to them by Maker Scalaris, would help us cleanse any impurities from our flock, ensuring our continued prosperity in this world and in the Maker realm that awaited in the afterlife. The malicious one, if not exhumed from our ranks, would jeopardize our safe passage to the heavenly realm of Urdak. Or Urdak. The Dark One was not amongst them yet, nor would he be for many generations. Only the Mother God, through divination and Maker sight, would determine when he stood before them. The Makers were truth, and only their unclouded eyes could find the one who was marked. The prophecy of the Unholy One was written, but through the ages the warning grew faint, until only the Khan Maker herself. Note this next sentence. But grew faint until only the Khan Maker herself and the high priestess of the order, the high priests, of the order Deeg, whispered of he that would one day come to threaten their way of light. Gee, I wonder who that is. This is another playback into I want to go back to Dark Ages and talk about its trailer. Where is the Slayer locked up right now? The Khan Maker has him locked up in her space tower and will only release him on a leash. Who is the only one who remembers what the prophecy is? You starting to see it, Jet? And I think that's all for this one. We may have to do a little bit of... Oh, no, we got to do Hell. That's right. Now we have to go to the other perspective. Wizard! Is the hello big leg moth lady called Con Maker. I wonder what she specializes in. And the grandma's dream life on the what? Life on the video game. I haven't tried Expedition 33 yet. We are gonna hopefully, if I have enough next month, do it next month. Or this coming month. Sorry. This month is basically over. That's probably confusing. This coming month, that's about the one that's about to start. We are gonna, if I have enough money, we are going to what do you call it? We're going to try Expedition 33. I was talking about that with Chris as well. They became the instrument of their own destruction. Oh, more than you know. Because here's the other funny thing. The Con Maker is not the one actually making these decisions. Or, hold on. I don't want to spoil this yet. The Maker, the lady we beat at the end of this game, and this hashtag Moth Lady, Moth Angel Lady, She's not the con maker. Tell me, if she could predict the future, and I'm going to tell you this is why I know this is BS, and that she got this information from something else, and how I finally triggered my brain to realize that's what I was missing. So tell me, how in the world, if she's psychic, did she not see him breaking out? Hmm? If she's a seer, wouldn't you destroy him? Why would you keep him caged? Wouldn't this be too dangerous? And once again, if you were a psychic, the only way that would be safe is if you knew you would never lose control over him, which was clearly not the case. So, this kind of puts that at odds too. She's not a psychic. She was told that. And we'll get to that. Alright, hell barges. This is short and sweet like the what's called the fortress. Atop mighty thralls, the Hell Priests oversaw the invasion of the mortal world. The thrall, slave titan of the underworld, carried the priest's temple into the wake of battle, providing the priests with vigil of the Hell's advance from a strategically impervious placement from their temple. One of these actually shows up. We're actually fighting the things that carry these in Dark Ages with our mech. There's a sequence in that trailer where we get to finally use one of the Sentinel war mechs that they invade planets with. We actually fight one of these. And we fight a full-fledged one, I think, towards the end it looked like, that had armor and everything. Let's see, gives the priests a vigil of Hell's advance from a strategic impervious emplacement. From their temple perch, the priests would emanate a powerful psionic influence, imposing greater coordination among the chaotic forces of Hell. Also, let me point that out too. I want to note to something to chat that I don't think no one's ever fully realized. The demons can't do shit without being told what to do. Do you think they're smart enough to invade realms? Huh, that seems odd, doesn't it? And the fact the priests have this power, we'll get to that in a minute. Remember, they're from the Order of the Dig, of the firstborn of the Argenta people. So, let's see, Hell's advance, and then imposing greater coordination among the chaotic forces of Hell, and increasing their battle effectiveness. The Thrall possessing superior resilience proved indestructible by conventional weapons, thwarting all attempts by arc defensive forces. Only by severing the priest's psychokinetic tether could the Titan be neutralized. An act that could only be accomplished by infiltration of the temple itself. The irony is they didn't have this in the beginning. If you notice in the Dark Ages, you kill a bunch of these giant titans with the robot. This was established later in the war, which is what helped them win. And we'll get to what's going on at the same time. Because I also want to point out, since this is this is a dimensional species type warfare, remember time means nothing. So it could be happening along the side of another thing going on in another timeline, literally at the fucking same time. And that timeline could be inadvertently opened up to the hellscape that is providing Hell, or the Hell Priest, the Deke, reinforcements. Because here's the funny thing I noticed. Did anyone notice that there's cyber demons in the Dark Ages? Uh-huh. So, let's finish this. Thwarting all attempts by the Arc Defense Force systems by severing the priests, but this can only be accomplished by infiltrating the temple. Hell priests. Oh, this one's short. Powerful practitioners of arcane magics. The priests have warped their powers to suit their insidious purposes, harnessing the dark forces of the hellish psychomancy to prepare Earth for the final blood ritual. By blood, but now I want you to note something that keeps getting mentioned here. Have you noticed something it doesn't keep saying? It hasn't mentioned Exaltia once. Almost as if that's not where its resources were coming from. Oh boy, here comes the entanglement. To prepare Earth for the final blood ritual. By blood were the Hell Priests bound to the dark ritual, which now consumed Earth. And so long as even one of them lives, the consumption of Earth would continue, allowing Hell unfeathered rule of the mortal world. Only by destroying the priests can the blood ritual be stopped and the Earth saved. All right. To Dig Nilox, which is, I think, a very important piece to the story. And you'll note I said that specifically. We'll get to that in a minute. Once again, don't have to do much here. It's a short one. One of the three Hell Priests, Dig Nilox, Earth, succeeds. He prefers to operate on the planet's surface, working in his unholy barge carried on the back of a demonic titan. This provides him an elevated, mobile position with which to oversee the campaign against humanity. Spiteful and cruel, Nilox frequently captures civilians alive so that their still living blood can be harvested for his occultic rituals. Now, he's the sub puzzle piece of the Dig order. He's important because he's related to this sentence in this paragraph. Let me see. Did I get the other one yet? Not yet. That might be, I think, in this. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's in this one. So, okay. I need to read this real quick. So, we're going to read about the cultist base. And the Doom Hunter base is different. This one's more important. This one we'll leave for now, and we're going to skip this until we beat the level we're on. And we're going to skip these until next episode. Because I want to read these for a reason too. Because this gives some conceptual timeline to something that I'm going to point out. But let's read Cultist Base. Led by the elusive Hell Priest Dig Ranak, the cultists operate from a remote facility located in the Arctic tundra. Know what it said? Arctic tundra. Where is that? That sounds familiar. I think we know that place, chat. I think we're quite intimately acquainted where this being a familiar place that we know somehow in real life. As Overseer Ranak exerts absolute control over the facility and its legion of possessed acolytes, instrumental in sowing the seeds of the cultist uprising, Ranak worked briefly with Olivia Pierce. That's a name we haven't heard in a while. That's Doom 2016. It's also... You're going to love this, chat. I said this in one stream, but I didn't realize I had the right thing, wrong one. Like, I had the right idea, wrong game. You'll see, I'll tell you when I finish reading this in a second. So, Olivia Pierce at the Mars facility before departing to Earth with orders to prepare the groundwork for the imminent Hell invasion. A recently declassified UAC biography for Ranak indicates that he is the surviving member of the original Order of the Dig. The ancient Argenta clerics, he now serves the forces of Hell and is rumored to have personal knowledge of the Doomslayer, suggesting a shared history between the two. Now, did you know how weird this is clearly from a news reporting from Earth is what this is written like. But did you notice how unusually what's the right word? Stranger like the Slayer is to them. Meaning like they don't know who he is. They don't. Because they don't have one. But they do. But he died. So, suggesting a shared history between the two. Wielding total power of the cultist under his supervision, he uses his growing influence to advance the consumption and corruption of Earth. Built over the ruins of an ancient Argenta settlement, funny. This isn't Argenta or Exaltia that we're on right now. Isn't this ironic? This is on Earth. Now, you note something that I just said, and what that just said. An ancient Argenta settlement the facility was built on. On Earth. Not Exaltia. We're almost there, Chad. Built over the ruins of an ancient Argenta settlement, the cultist facility has been designed as both a Gothic monument to the ancient architecture of the state of and a state-of-the-art science facility. Tablets and memory banks found in the settlement indicate that the Order of the Deeg discovered Earth millennia ago and found it to be populated with powerful primeval beasts. They named these creatures Agadons due to their similarity to the mythic Cyclopean giant from the Argent Daenerys past, the Agadian. Remember what I said about the demons, chat? Let's swoop back for a second. The demons weren't demons originally, were they? Oh god, the old lore of humanity is the scariest freaking thing that will ever be is ringing very true. So let's continue, shall we? Next day, no, actually that is everything here. So now we can kind of dip into the actual combat now. But I mean, I could read this if you want me to right now. Actually, maybe we should because I don't want to spend too many more episodes on lore, or at least not the main lore. Other than what's needed next time we do this. So, by Hell's law, if the Dark Lord is slain in ritual combat, every demon outside his realm will be destroyed. Interesting, huh? I have a feeling, chat. If she was psychic, she would have seen the icon of sin going Armageddon in her world. That too. And that's not really spoiling. That does kind of play into what I'm thinking. So you know what? Let's just get all of this out in the open then. Let's do this part 2. Remaining human population, part 1. Nearly 60% of the planet has been consumed by the demons. Now, that's a play on words. We'll get to that in a minute. With the rate of expansion increasing each day, the majority of the world population died in the first month of Hell's invasion. Now, hell is also something else too. Following the catastrophic failure of virtually every man-made system. Military response was immediate but only marginally effective at providing safe retreat to civilians. With many fortified locations cut off from outside communications, facing the overwhelming opposition, these makeshift fortresses have gradually fallen to the growing demon presence, one after another. I mean, it makes sense. Large portions of the Earth's surface have become uninhabitable, with swarms of demons scouting the globe and most regions suffering from an atmosphere that has become infected and poisonous by process of some form of alien terraforming. Now note, the demons don't act on their own. They can't. Even though the demons also aren't something totally just straight up anyways, they are something from something else. Yeah, I wonder who the terraforming was coming from. So, all right, that's the first one. Remaining human population part 2. Although several hundred thousand more were safely evacuated out of the orbit in mass exodus out of orbit in the mass exodus following the invasion, the expected odds of survival is still considered unlikely for many of these lifeboats carrying cryogenically frozen passengers. Religious iconography and communes are now commonplace amongst survivors, with the collective perception of events taking on a biblical nature, although that was set up by UAC on purpose. Many seek authority from a higher power to rationalize the sudden destruction of their world, believing these events represent a form of divine punishment. And that is how it's portrayed. That's actually how the makers in the one really in charge wants it to look like. Because if it looks like this, it breaks their resolve of realizing they actually can fight back. If they just try hard enough and come together, much like Slayer showed them, which we'll get to that soon. Much like Slayer showed them, there is a way to fight it. It may be real bleak, but there is. It's like, so, all right, that's that one. That one's a little less. Now let's do the formation of Ark. Together we survive. That sounds Waylanish. Nothing could go wrong. Following the total collapse of international civilization, nations and boundaries as we know them have ceased to exist. A handful of remaining bureaucrats, government officials, and military leaders have managed to survive by the use of protective bunkers kept secret to the greater population. Convening under the flag of the Allied nations, these governing bodies represent all that remains of the rule of law, forming what would essentially become a single world government. Military bases in communication with the AN have made efforts to regroup and centralize their areas of command, establishing fortified safe havens for survivors, stockpiling food, and scavenging only military use. Yeah, communications. Sorry, I can't read. Remain functional, enabling military entities to command of the allied nations to coordinate the humanitarian aid and defense operations. By 2151, now this is in Earth time. I'm going to say that specifically. By 2151 Earth time, the formation of the Ark has taken highest priority, and it's considered to be, in all practical terms, the last hope for humanity. Now we're gonna have to read the Doom Hunter base because this is important for Dark Ages, and note that allied trust and thing we're starting to see. There is something I want to show in the DLC when we finally get to it, and then there's also something that's going to be mirrored in Dark Ages that you're going to see a resemblance of something that why he knew to do this. This is also part of the reason why I think Slayer knew to do what he did in the DLC because of what happened in Dark Age. And he knew what to do in 2016. Technically, it began in 2016 when he was brought back by Michael, another big player in this I want to talk about here in a little bit. But let's read this. Oh, also, look what this says too. Both these facilities are on Earth. This one and this one. The UAC's Polar Cultist facility is built around the ruins of an ancient Argenta settlement. Once again, why are there so many Argenta settlements on Earth? Unless the UAC's Polar Cultist facility is built around the ruins of an ancient Argenta settlement constructed over 60 million years ago. During Argentina's extraterrestrial expansion, frozen carcasses of the Agadon hunters, know what they're called, have been located in the glacial waste. By the way, it's the Doom Hunters. But they're also called Agadon Hunters. And remember, was it here? Yeah. So, Deek discovered Earth millennia ago and found it to be populated with powerful primeval beasts. They named these creatures Agadons, due to their similarity to the mythic Cyclopean because they're related to Agadinians. So looking at that and then now reading this, and look at by the way, the when it was constructed. The UAC's Polar Cultist facility is built around the ruins of an ancient Argenta settlement constructed over 60 million years ago. During Argentina's extraterrestrial expansion. Remember what I said? The Ninth Sentinels conquered worlds across hundreds of dimensions, leaving behind their culture in their wake. Frozen carcasses of the Agadon hunters have been located in the glacial wastes surrounding the complex. And though their DNA structure reveals them to be indigenous to Earth, there is no fossilized record of these creatures beyond the frozen territories of the Argenta settlement. Carbon dating of the remarkably well-preserved beasts suggests they are nearly 80 million years old, predating all other known forms of complex life on Earth. Continuing the cyber-demonic experimentation that began on Mars, the cultists studied the Agadon's potential for resurrection and cyber augmentation. A similar program occurred at this location a millennia ago. Remember what I said about the Dark Ages? When Deeg priests, often cited as hell priests, bred the creatures and genetically modified them to function as doom hunters, fearsome mutants designed to battle the Doomslayer and his Night Sentinels. During the unholy crusades on Argent Dunur, Sentinel records corroborate this through their military texts, with many reports of these creatures among the ranks of the demonic forces assaulting the armies of the North during the Argenta Civil War. Now, note in the trailer for Dark Ages, do you remember that spider-like demon that looked like it had a Doom Hunter top? That's because it is. But wait a minute. How is that possible? So now it says a millennia ago, this same project was on Earth before any complex life was here. So, once the UAC's cultist movement publicly announced its intentions for Earth, the cyber demonic program was revealed to be focused on updating the Doom Hunter schematics. Upgrading their combat prowess, a new assembly center was constructed near the cultist facility. This is why they fly in this one. This is why technically the one we're going to fight flies. A new assembly center was constructed near the cultist facility, and a powerful grav tram allowed UAC workers to safely transport the biological and mechanical components needed for the process. The resurrection of an Agadon hunter requires cutting edge technology to be used in conjunction with occult rituals conducted by the UAC's necrosurgeons, an unholy fusion of science and sorcery. Oops. So, and that's all of that. I don't know. I don't think we have. We have, of course, demon stuff, but yeah, we don't have anything else otherwise. But that, so far, is where we're at. So, it says, Ardnot, do you, let's see, a fact about Doomslayer, any gun he picks up gets boosted to, oh yeah, because the Argent energy in him is flowing into the weapon. He's technically not, I don't even think, I have a theory that he's technically not even really firing bullets. Like, the bullets are for the game's perspective, right? It's to make it a video game. But technically, I actually think, back to that, I actually think that Doomslayer is not even firing bullets, really. I think what he's doing is he's firing a manifested bullet, meaning because he's using Argent energy, and Argent energy can manipulate matter, I think he's firing Argent bullets, just in general. Even these plasma bullets, even though they're blue, those are probably, hell, this could be powered by his Sentinel side, because this one's blue. This is more of a Sentinel weapon, more than a human weapon. Whereas this version, but look at those bullets. That is not a normal bullet. And none of the other UAC defenders or ARC Marines have this. Their guns aren't like this. So, further kind of refounding what Doomslayer actually is, and we'll say that say that in a minute, but I want to continue in just a second. But I want to read chat. Example: give Doom guy a last gun, and it kills Chaos Space Marines as if they were fodder, and that's true. But that's only because, and I'm gonna say this, I'm pretty sure Slayer himself, along with our guest in the DLC when we do it, if he's not the original, the one that we're gonna fight, I almost want to guarantee that Slayer, much like Space Marines from Warhammer, is a gene seed of the original king. And I think it was King Dumak. Hold on. Let me look at the Codex one last time. In Sentinel history. Oh no, part 1 Sentinel history. Does it say who the first king here was, or is it part 2? I'm looking for a name. My brain, because I forgot his name already. King Ormera. The Father. We're just going to call him the Father. It's easier to remember. So, my theory is the Slayer's the Father. The Slayer is the original King Ornera, and I think he's the con maker. Meaning, remember about how some of this took place millennia ago. I do still have a distinct feeling what we fight in there is the original. Basically, either the king himself, another gene seed of the king, Quake, even, you could even say, most likely. Because I think Quake is the story that we read in those 3 parts in the Sentinel history. I think Quake is the history of the Sentinels. Now, Quake 2, I actually think that might be the story of the Hell Priests invading Earth for the first time, before Doomslayer truly became a thing. Basically, before he was brought to Earth. Also, Doom 2016 is not a remake of Doom 1, it's a remake of Doom 2. I mean, Doom 3. Doom 3 is still canon, but it's canon in a different way. Now, they did keep some of the original things, and I did not know you can get the original ultimate weapon that was in that weird horror-based version of Doom 3, that little spinning death cube thing that you can throw at demons. You can actually get that in Doom 2016, and I did not know that. It's one of the secret weapons. It's really freaking hard to get to. It's basically the actual BFG for that game, because the BFG is easier to get in most Doom games now. So, and what that is a hearken to, and it's actually sitting on my desk inside the fortress in this game. If you go to your desk or your little living quarters, Slayer's little living area on the Doom Fortress, that cube is sitting on the desk. So, what I'm assuming is Doom 2016 was meant to be a remake of Doom 3. That is the story of the Slayer being brought to Earth to save Earth by Michael. Because he knew, because he is a maker, or aka a Wraith, an elemental Wraith himself, just like the Khan, or what's her name? I'm going to say Mother Wraith, the mother. We'll call her the mother since he's the father. Since technically the evil side of my same side of this coin is the father. So, since Michael was also a elemental Wraith, he was the only one who had the power to bring Doom to the UAC and bring him to this world to save Earth. So, because he knew what it was leading to, and there was only one way to stop it, where it began. You see, the Star Trover is a way better comparison to Doom Guy, because that is the Emperor reborn as a full god. Okay, so that's probably closer to what it is then. But that is essentially what I think is happening. Let me check. I make sure I've gotten everything. We're about to go into a battle mode. Yep. Let's go. Not with this though. Oop.
It was not easy to find an opponent worthy of the Slayer, but I think you will be impressed.
Yeah. I mean, you did resurrect it, something that is meant to kill me. There it is. That is the new model. It makes sense they made it fly, but look at the top. You see how much that they like? It's a little bit better looking in the other game, but that's the same exact thing sitting on the top of that robotic spider body in Dark Ages trailer. So that was the original model that we're seeing in the trailer. This is the updated model, because technically this does take place after Dark Ages, this game. So, because Dark Ages is a prequel. Oh, hello. Use the auto map. Oh yeah, what's my challenges? I want to make sure I try to do my challenges for our Sentinel batteries. Wow, we've already done one. Use auto map. Find a collectible. That's easy. Kill 3 demons with a single frag grenade. You got it. I will attempt to try to pack up a bunch of zombies. Grenade is L1. No secrets in here. I do love that it's a little, that I've already unlocked the ability to see the secrets off the side of the map. Oh yeah, this part. I remember. Also, this is one thing I will say, that this, you can't really explain why this is happening unless he's also playing against his own people's siege style. It's like, this is just for pure gameplay. It's like, why would you build a fortress with a way for the Doomslayer specifically to get in? Seems kind of stupid. Just saying. Okay, before we go, I need to see, are there going to be any secrets I need to go for? Not that I can see. Not until we get to the next region. So let's do it. Oh, what the hell? I must have not had a dash. I need to get that perk for my dash, man. I keep forgetting it doesn't come back that fast. That's the only thing that's been killing me in this game. Is the dash is not where I'm used to it yet. But I can just... Wait, why is that one not green? Uh-oh. Oh, okay, there it goes. I think it bugged out. We gotta wait for it to reset. That wastes some of my health. Thanks a lot, game. God dang it. It's annoying as crap. There we go. At least we got some armor back to help with the issue. Oh, hi, whoa, hey, how you doing? Frick you. Oh, there's two of you. Right, I forgot there's two of you right here. Goodbye. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, shit. Dang it, Pinky, you screwed up my challenge. Now you die. Come and get it. Frick you. Bastard. Stupid. Oh. There's the bottom half being constructed. I do like we can kind of see the different parts being made. That is kind of cool. There's another Codex. Okay. I could have got that challenge right there, and then Pinky's like, I'm gonna kill one of these things by running through it. It's like, yeah, angry Pinky thing, pink thing. Ooh, wait a minute. So that's in the room we just saw. I don't think we can get into that room, right? Oh, there's that's what it is. It's a skill point. Or a, what's it called? An upgrade to my, stats. A stat point. Let me double check. It's been a while since I've been in this facility. But I don't think we can get in from there. Usually it's pretty obvious. It's probably from down below somehow. Or wait, hold on. There's a bridge on the other side. I imagine it's from there, or I can get to it from on this side somewhere. It's one of the two. Oh, there's a secret there too. Alright. Let's head down. We gotta go around, make a circle around that area. I hit the wrong button. Platforming's worse for me in this game than fighting now. Ironic. I do think it's a little too much platforming in this game too, to be fair. It's a Doom game. It shouldn't be making me do this too much. A little bit sure, but this whole level is like that. Thankfully it's only this level mostly. Oh. It's like, wait a minute. I don't see nowhere to go. I assume there's people in here? Oh god, one of those. Alright, plasma. Frick this. I ain't taking no chances. Also... There it is! I'm gonna stay back for a second. There's a lot of frickin' revenants. Alright, boys. Where's my snipey? Alright, now. Carcasses is what they're called. Excuse me, sirs. I pressed the wrong button. What is my square button again? It's R2. Yeah. Sorry. Control scheme confusion there. I came up with a brand new control scheme that works with this game a lot better. Alright. And as you can tell, even when I'm screwing up, still didn't die or hardly even got close. I don't know how I'm so much better than I was last time. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait a minute. This is the secret. Ah, okay, I need to get up there to get it. I think I see what I have to do. Oh, sh**. Platforming, however, apparently, it's terrible. Oh, wait. Okay. I fell. Holy shit. I almost fell off. Damn it. Well, I could technically almost make that from here, to be fair. Let's do that. Hey, lost soul toy. Alright, so that got that secret. I don't need to explore that, we've already explored it. Here's the Codex. This is the next part of our lore. Let's clear this room, though. Oh, maybe not. There's nothing in here. Okay. I'll take it. Deeg Ranak. So now we get to learn about more Deeg Ranak himself. Dark Viceroy to the Chaos. Ha! Whoops. What is this, Forehammer? Dark Viceroy to the Chaos Throne. Ranak has long served as one of Hell's emissaries on Earth, laying the foundation for the planet's inevitable invasion. In secrecy, Ranak has prepared the Hellgate, awaiting the omen of the Sixth Seal, that which signals the age of rapture, which will cleanse Earth as foretold by the Maker's prophets. Ranak worked closely with Olivia Pierce during the development of the original Mars project. Since her death, he has taken control of the UAC. His promises of wealth, power, and everlasting life have corrupted the organization from within, absolving its employees of their moral conscience, accelerating the sacrificing of Earth in exchange for the lure of Argent energy and the promise of an undying union with Hell. Deeg Ranak previously served the king of Argent, Dunur, as its sentinel priest, guiding the Argenta's spiritual growth as a hallowed figure. After the betrayal, he abandoned his homeworld, working on the behalf of the Khanmaker and personally overseeing. Guiding. Yeah, look at that. So he originally guided, supposedly, the Argenta's spiritual growth as a hallowed figure. Which, if this is related to what I think it is, it would make sense why he switched, because something else switched. After betrayal, he abandoned his homeworld, working on behalf of the Khanmaker, and personally overseeing the transformation of viable planets. Ranak has constructed a veritable fortress in the polar caps to protect him during this dark work. And we also got the carcass. The weakness, plasma. The plasma rifle can overload energy. Yeah. Weakness, blood punch as well. Blood punch can instantly destroy their energy shields. Oh. I wouldn't need to do that. I would rather use the plasma to do that, but hey. Rather use the punch to kill him. Okay, now this is okay, so we already have this one. We already have this one from further away. This one. This makes me faster after glory kills. I'm trying to rebuild my original speedy demon slayer that I was really good with. And also, these things are left behind by Michael, because he's the only one who can program these, because these are a maker design, aka Wraith design. So, we've gotten all the secrets here, I think. Looks like we can go forward now. Oh, okay. Whoa, that was a little too fast. Ah, I see. Alright. Will I get stabbed if I don't get on the side? So I need to get on the side. Oh, wait. Oh, so this is permanent. I have to do this fast. Okay. Oh, never mind. It can't hit me. Okay. Ow, that was dumb. Taking all my damage from the environment. What is happening on the other side of this door? Oh. Crap. Yeah, no. Sir! I'm pressing the wrong button, sir. Sorry, my bad. There we go. Oh. Look at this gun go. Oh. Whoa, what the? Oh, hi. Get out of here. Oh, whoa. Okay. I guess the problem here is I have a slight issue with you know, too many bodies. Okay. Alright, guys. You're gonna make me cheat the shit out of you, and I have had enough. Frick you. Okay, done. Secrets look okay. There's the boss battle, but we're not quite there yet. We're almost there. Huh? It's funny because that looks like a Quake health bar thingy. What is this? I realize why this control I don't like. Now I remember why I got away from my original control for my purple one. This one's broke, but not as bad. That explains why it wouldn't swing in golf. My backup slows down as if I'm not pressing it. Okay. There we go. Oh yeah, there's a fight in there too. I think we're gonna end up going that way first anyways and coming back this way, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, they're fighting over there. Oh wait, what the hell? Can I shoot these? Oh no. Alright, well, let's head over there. I like how he's trying to shoot me. He does not like that I was doing that. Wait, how do I get up? Oh. Shit. Hey, ow, 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 ow. Chill the frick out, sir. You guys need to chill. Oh, I hate those shields so much. We might actually lose that thing here. There we go. I need help. I need help. I need help. I need to also blow the rockets off this up. Whoa, there he is. There's some HP. Oh crap, I screwed up. Yep. Yeah, see, smaller rooms are a little... Oh. I guess you took damage from something else. Wrong button. My main issue is pressing the wrong buttons right now. That does not have much ammo. So, oh, neither do you. Ooh, plasma rocket combo for now. Oh, nope, here's some shotgun ammo. That's at least something. Okay, there's a secret down beneath us, somehow. What does this do? Is it a weapon? Oh, right, it's the body. We are actually building our Doom. We're actually ironically building the Doom Hunter we're gonna fight. How do I get downstairs, though? I didn't see that from where I was. It's making it seem like I can get in here. Oh, I can. But how? Huh? Did I screw something up? Alright, we're gonna take a bit of damage doing this. Yeah, you can't get in there. It's not that way. I must have to go forward and come back somehow. I don't see a... That was... dumb, but it barely. I touched it at least. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't see a way in anywhere. This is on the sides. So this is where it wants me to go. So I'm gonna assume there's a way under over here somewhere then. Not that I can see. It's definitely right there. There's also something above me too. Okay. Let's uncover all this so I know I've done that. We need to go up. Oh, I think I see how we're gonna get in. Okay. So we need going up will get us both secrets. Wait. How do I get in? Hold on. Oh, right there. Okay, so I have to go around the other side for that secret. Wait. Wait, what? What? Well, I didn't fall. I don't think I can get back up to that. So, okay. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh shit. Well, I had it. I was trying to get back up. There must be a way to see it from the other side. Let's go the way it wants me to go for just a second. Because I feel like I can make it around that, but hold on. Oh. Maybe that's how I do it. Ah, see, I can't see it from here. It's so hard to see it from that angle. It seems like you'd have to be beating your head against a wall, and that's usually how I tell when I'm doing something wrong. Let's go this way for now. See, oh, it's because I'm not going high enough. Ah. I have to be on this. This is the only thing high enough. Max it out. There we go. I knew I was doing it wrong somehow. There it is. Wow, it's bright in here. Hey, there's the album, and that completes our challenges for the mission as well. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Yep, completed. That's the Sentinel battery secured. Oh, okay. Alright, now the other secret's on top of this. Well, we have to open it looks like either way. So why is there a thing there? Alright, let's observe. We don't want to fall. I wonder if that's how I get up there. Or not. Ah, another cheat code. Silver bullet mode. Nice. That's also why I want to unlock the stuff, because I want to see if the cheats count for the DLC too. Because I do kind of want to blitzkrieg for the first part of the DLC pretty fast. I wonder what that's there for, though. Why is that there? I don't want to fall, because then it's going to kill my ability to get back up here. Hold on. Is there anything in here worth note? No. To be honest, I think that's just a way for that was just a way for us to get over there as well. But alright, let's go get our secret down below. We gotta fall through here. It wants me to go that way technically, but oh, I'm full ammo, okay. Alright, Praetor suit point acquired. Alright. Oh, portal. Why did I miss that? Hold on. What? That's not looking the right way. Is that blocked off? Probably because the laser's over here. Part of me wants. Ah. See, now my OCD's kicking in. I'm like, how did I not check that? That had to have been blocked off. Why did I not check that? It circles around, so I'm going to assume that I didn't miss that. We can always teleport back at the end of the mission. That's how I do things when I miss something anyways. There's no point in backtracking right now. So let's go. It's not a gun. Whoa! My rifle. Oh, wow. Take that! Oh, hi! Nope, that's what I want. Stop shooting at me. Oh, in the mouth. Yeah! And so it begins. What the? Sir, don't run from me. I need bullets. Alright, forward we go. Hello, little savior. Oh, little snipey spider. Find it funny that he can just flip them over and they explode. It's a very bad design. Interesting. Well, there's secrets down there too. Oh, but that's higher up. Okay, so we... Interesting. I think it's this way we want to go. Ah, yeah. I can cheat the system, though! Oh! This is a difficult wall! No, you should let me do that if I'm skilled enough to do that. I am a Doomslayer of Doomslayers. I made that. It looked like I slammed my face into a brick. Like a brick wall. That's messed up. But alright, it means we have to go the other way to get those secrets. Yeah, man. Find the red key card, kill the Bruce Guardian. Man, the red key card is returned. So we gotta go that way. Let me make sure I've walked to the edge of all this. Because look, there's a Codex, so that's another one of the secrets we need to get. There's a 1-up I need over there. Alright. Hi! Yeah. How you doing? Whoa, and my camera went wild right there. Alright. What? Excuse me? Oh, hi. Sentinel battery! I can unlock some more costumes. You know, I'm kind of just rolling with regular Doomslayer right now. Just for the theme of what we're doing. Here we go. Oh, that's red key card. I thought that was a Codex. So we need to go down. I actually did that on my first try. Whoopsies! Then we want to go down. Because there's a 1-up down here. Oh, and a crystal. Hello. Okay, need to finish this. Resource drops get pulled from much further. Yep, and it increases my ammo amount, allowing my super shotgun to have more bullets. Plus, now I pick things up from way further away, like HP and stuff. Oh, that's how you get in if you were down here. Huh. So how do we get back? Do I gotta go back up there and go back the same way? I assume maybe. Well, no, the red key card. Yeah, we can just go up in there. The red key card area had opened up a bar. Like the bars up here opened up. Okay, secured. Let's proceed forward to this. This isn't the boss battle, is it? Actually, it might be. Oh shit, actually this might be. So this is what makes me worried, but once again, fast travel is a thing once you get to the end of the map, so it doesn't really matter.
Was it not the Slayer who brought the demons to us? The Con Maker has you to thank for the gift of Argent energy. It is you who are responsible for your people's suffering.
Oh, that makes more sense now. He was jabbing us right there. So he knows. He knows. He knows who his boss is. Uh-huh. Kinda what I thought. Oh, hey! Whoop! You missed. Oh my god, Pinky. Just embarrassing the demons now at this point. Oh, look. I hear that. I hear you. Where are you, Spider Boy? Show your face. These demons are not worth my time. There you are. Alright, didn't mean to do that. Oh, hell knife. Alright. Oh, what the hell? I thought you were dead! Oh, no! Inconvenient. There we go. Fricker. Bye. Ammo. Oh, right. So here's where the fight's gonna take place. Oh, no, we are going back up. Okay. So yeah, what secret did I forget? There's one in here somewhere. We've got to get it. Hold on. There she is. It's a Praetor. Whoop. There we go. Done. So now, I think I've gotten everything until after we beat the boss. And oh no, okay. So we've got to fight this instance and encounter, as you'd say. Then we got to go through here, get this life, get both of these secrets and this secret. I got to remember where they all are when we get in there. You mean you're a crack adult spider monkey build? Yes, exactly. That allows me to never get hit if I move, as long as I don't stop moving. And I do glory kills. I am glad they took glory kills out. It's more about combos now in Dark Ages. It's mixed with the original Doom. What am I doing? My brain's melting now. I'm going the wrong way is what I'm doing. Is there nothing in here? Oh, I guess not. Nah. He usually will mark it in. Oh, yeah, you, okay. I've got full rockets, that's a good sign. Means I haven't had to resort to just blowing the whole room up yet. Which usually I had to at least once by now. Oh, the encounter continues into this room. I see. Is it gonna start when I try to open this door? This is a very small room. Okay. Or it'll start in here. This is what you do. Oh! Okay. I hate I can't back up. I need to try not to back up. I need to go left. Ow. Done and dusted. Where's the other one? Where's the other one? There he is. I need my shotgun again. Oh, I did that wrong. No, you know what? Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. I fucked up. Ah, I should have just stayed over here. Woo! Okay, we need to get ammo back immediately on the other one. So let's switch to machine gun now. Machine gun's now my primary. That was a little bit of an idiotic thing on my half, but... I kind of forgot. Oh, right. It's infusing it with argent blood. Argental blood. AKA my blood, basically. Plasma. That gives me my plasma. Shotgun. We need to run through this whole room so it shows that I've technically explored this. This is I kind of treat it like Resident Evil maps now, because it's faster paced that way. We can fight and get everything. I play this game too much now. It's become the other Resident Evil again. What? Oh. That's clearly one of the secrets. That's the life up. Yeah, because this is locked. Okay. So I can't get those secrets yet. Those are inside the boss area. So... Oh, wait, what? Whoa! Jesus. Okay. That's not how you get that life, apparently. I almost boned that. Hey, it's Tony Stark's arc reactor made out of argent energy. How do we get out of here? Oh. Oh, okay. Alright. Ow. A little too close to the fire. Die, death bird. Oh, shit. This is a terrible spot to be. I need ammo, death bird. There we go. Ow. Trying not to touch this thing. Okay, everything over here is secured. What? Am I supposed to be jumping up here? Oh shit! Ah! Turns out no. So shoot that. Does that have a secret in it? No. Ha! Oh! No, sir. I did see that Master Chief versus Doom Guy. Doom Guy obviously won, but the fight lasted longer than it actually should. Well, I mean, don't shortchange Chief too hard. He is, even though he is technically a watered down Doom Guy, he's still really badass. Plus, his ingenuity is what probably helps him in a lot of his fight. It's kind of like Superman versus Batman, right? Batman most likely will lose majority of the time just because it's Superman. But don't count him out if he gets some smart plays in. Now, I do believe that I definitely agree with the results. There's no way in hell Doomslayer wouldn't win in the end, no offense, no matter what. But Chief would definitely be a good fight. That's why I would love to see them co-op against each other and not fight each other. I wish that animation that was a rumor that was going to happen had happened, where Doom and Chief were going to have a crossover little animation on that little short animation stuff that was released by that Sony thing. That was kind of like Love, Death, and Robots, but for video games. That would have been really cool. And once again, with the way the Forerunners are, I could see them messing with Argent Energy and trying to use the Maker's power to influence their strength even more. Hell, I could see the Flood technically doing this slightly as well, to be fair. Wait, how do I get in there? Okay, that Codex is just the Doom Hunter. We will read it, but, oh. I'm gonna have to take damage again. Yeah, it's blessed. What? Okay, 1 second, chat. I have to figure out the mystery of this. Shit, kinda wanna go back up now because I need to see it from a higher perspective again. What? There's gotta be a hole in the floor somewhere. It says it should be right here. Why is that not open? Huh? Ah! That was a waste of a shotgun shell. Nice. Hell Knight. Nice. Hell Knight figurine. Plasma. Super. Okay. Oh yeah, we're about to have the boss battle, aren't we? Hold on. Let me zoom out and check my whole map. Yeah. We've gotten everything. Alright.
Welcome, Slayer.
Fast travel unlocked, even though we don't need it. We actually did get everything, but some armor would be nice. Game. Alrighty then. I have 5 lives to do this. Hold on, let me take one quick breather before we get into this fight, because I remember I actually had a hard time with this fight. Because this is a very small room, and this dude launches. He's like a revenant mixed with a cyber demon mixed with a one of those shield dudes, which is so annoying. So we have to really play into our plasma when he's using his shields. Otherwise, we need to be hitting him with shotguns, machine guns, rockets mainly. I'm primarily going to use all the rockets I've been saving on him. Almost ready. Now I want to see Doom Guy fight the Forerunner Deedic. Of course, Doom Guy would win, but it'll be an awesome fight. Yeah, that probably would be, because that'd be closer to what he's used to fighting. Here we go. Here comes our delivery that we made.
I thought you would appreciate the sentry I chose. The great Argadon hunters from the Telos realm, though long thought to be extinct, created to hunt only the Slayer and his Night Sentinels during the Unholy Crusades. Some improvements on their design have been made. Enjoy what is undoubtedly my finest work. Slayer identified.
Yep. The Doom Hunter is a super heavy demon that specializes in long-range lock-on rockets. Its shield and sled are weak points. So we want to shoot at the sled once. Right, I remember, because he's got two halves. The shield and sled are its weak points. Its shield and sled are the weak points. Destroy the shield with the plasma rifle to briefly disable it. Destroy the sled to primarily disable its protective shield and missile. To permanently disable it. So shooting at the... You don't have to shoot at the shields at first. We might want our rapid-fire shotgun. Oh, shit. Well, I say that. The super shotgun will probably do just as much if I can just hit the sled with it. It just won't be as accurate, I guess. Good to know. Already took a hit. Help. Oh. We also need to, like, actively try to kill Cannon Father. Where is he? Over there. I do think that the meta right now is to super shotgun our way through things and do that. Shit. Nope. Oh, there's armor up there. Ow! God dang you. Oh. There it is. Let's do it! Fuck you! I'm the demon now! Oh shit, out of ammo. You know what that means. Time to get some free cannon fodder kills. 'Cause I need help. I need to get some distance from him for a second. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah! Oh yeah, it's already over. Bye-bye!
Useless machine, attack!
What? Oh my god! I absolutely abused that poor dude! I have 5 lives! Did I lose one? No! Oh, this is where now I remember, yeah! This is what I wanted! Rocket time! This is what more worthy of my skill! Oh, you're not. Give me your ammo. Oh, well, I mean, that makes it easier on me at least. Alright, I need to go get some ammo. And some HP. Ow, I got hit again. Hold on, we need to switch to machine gun. I need to get a couple of free kills. Alright, that's enough. Running away now. And gotta get some more ammo. Make sure I have plenty of rockets. Oh, I have to press L2, damn it.
Excellent.
Oh, whoa, that was stupid. That was stupid. That was stupid. Oh, hi. I need this. Oh no, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. I need to do that. Alright. That. My stupidity barred aside. Okay. I can quickly switch. They don't know what they're doing with. Alright, that's bad. I'll take that, thank you. That's a little overkill, but oh well. Alrighty then. Oh, okay. Don't have enough. Alright, there we go.
Excellent. Smash the heretic.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Where are you? There you are. Whoa, key. Alright. Oh, well, that's not what I wanted to aim at. Oh, need to go. Oh, no, he's right there. Oh, there's what I want. Alright, let's get up and close and personal with this next one. I gotta get rid of all this crap. There we go. Bitch! Oh, I am unstoppable. Oh, hi!
The beast. Does
Hi.
he not seek enhanced power? Gifts to aid him in his noble conquest. Perhaps in return for my...
Yeah, see, the other one may have fell for that, but not me. Is that how you got the other one? You bribed him? You gave him unlimited power? Unlimited power! Yeah, that don't count for me. Enjoy your Sentinel coin. You know what sucks? He isn't dead. So good luck to that guy's existence. He gets to live like what's his name from God of War. Except he can't talk. The blood punch shockwave is now more powerful. Yes. The hunters became the hunted. Oh yes, they did. I didn't lose a single life. So you see what I mean, chat, about how I'm different than when I did this last time when we streamed? This mission killed me. Now I died to some stupidity earlier in the mission, but that was because my dumbass forgot my buttons. But you know, as soon as it clicked and I remembered stop pressing that, that's not what that button does. I was trying to press square to dodge and it's triangle for me the way I have it set up. So I was getting hit a lot in the early part. I was like, what the fuck am I doing? I kept switching weapons instead of instead of dashing. But once it finally clicked back in, and I was stopped being a dum dum because I'm using this new control scheme to make things extremely efficient. Square is how I switch my weapons. Triangle is my dash. R3 is just R3. L3 is now triangle, so I can shoot my flamethrower. L1 is my up D-pad. L2 is left D-pad. Circle is R2. And square is the original R2. Like, so square is the bottom right button of my control. Since I don't use my chainsaw, but just to refresh my ammo, I can easily, even within my disability, just push my controller against my tray in order to get ammo. The original setup I used to have used to keep my weapon changing down there. But then I realized that's why I was dying. I noticed it when I was playing on my own. Hold and continue. I think we're going back to the, yes. I wanted to go back here. So, but yeah, let's look at the cutscene and what it says first. Oh, here we go.
Our system is being corrupted.
This game has gone far enough.
I will have her transmission removed in a moment.
Despite the loss of the priests, Earth will fall, and my people will survive. I will answer the humans' prayers, reward those that believe.
She's looking
This
around to
hub
see if
was of
she's
maker
here.
design. She knows the systems well.
The final priest will be moved to a more discreet location, so our work can continue without further disruption.
The third Hell Priest signal is no longer visible to us. There is a 41.3% increase of demonic activity at the nexus of the initial invasion. That is the largest gore nest on Earth. I will set the portal coordinates for the super gore nest now.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah, that's the main next mission, but we're not doing that right now. We do get to acquire the ballista now, though. I'm still trying to get some secrets in here. This place is a lot more confusing than I remembered at getting stuff. Because technically there's like a super secret, if I remember correctly, up there. But I can't quite get to it yet. I can't remember quite how you're supposed to get to it. I have to look up the video again. There's a way up there, I just don't remember where. We do have a lot of what's it called now. We probably should upgrade while we're here. I'm jumping downstairs. So I want... How many Sentinel batteries do I have? 7. Whoa, actually fucking quite a lot. Let's go deep, deep down here. We want this one. Yep. Yep. Okay, so what is the passive I need the most? Flame Belch takes less time to come back. I haven't really needed to use it fully yet to build. I keep forgetting about it half the time. That I can set them on fire to get free armor constantly, which is something I should be doing. See, this I like. Demons drop armor at a faster rate. It also gives me another HP upgrade. But our armor is shit, though. This gives me health and armor. Maybe this one. Okay, so health for blood. We could do this for health and armor. Our blood punch hasn't been upgraded yet. As long as you're at max armor, all armor pickups contribute to blood punch. Health is more likely because I can keep myself at higher health when moving in between stages, picking up health along the map when we're not needing to heal. We can get our blood punch back if we need it. Can't talk. But armor's our biggest problem. So I'm thinking to do double armor upgrade and just do this. Because it's going to give us an armor upgrade here, health upgrade stat here, and then the passive will technically give us more armor, by happenstance because my flamethrower will come back faster. Our health is at 125 right now on average. We need another. Let's do armor first. It's going to be the first one we grab. So armor upgrade. Praetor. That's an outfit or something up there. We've got quite a lot, but let's get the stat upgrades. I want to get this passive right now, because we can literally do this for free. Because I've completed enough challenges to get enough sentinels and batteries in the background. Flame belch takes less time. Yep, here we go. Quick draw belch. Okay, that's it for down here. We got both of the ones down here. Those are always my priority in this map. Up here. Oh yeah, we should have another key. Yep. We're almost there. 4 more keys for the unmaker to be unlocked. Those are those challenge rooms that I died so much on last time, but got it on the first time this time. Two times in a row. Both challenge rooms I've done on the first try. Well, they both killed me a lot last time. Weapon upgrades. That would be probably the best. They're the outer ones. How many do I got left? Oh, I only have 3 left. Hold on. Let's go get what the campaign or what the story wants me to do, which is our ballista. It's a sniper rifle type thing. Alright. Ballista acquired. Codex entry. I didn't press it in time. Yeah, this is our other... Oh, I don't have the mod yet, right? Okay. Yeah, this is our laser sniper. It's essentially a railgun, but laser. Whereas the Unmaker is similar to the BFG, but it hurts makers, or aka elemental wraiths, the most. Super shotgun. Okay, so next. Oh yeah, I wanted that armor. Hold on, I think it's the left side. There's a certain armor I want to put on in order to have a cooler outfit. I like the classic Slayer, but I kind of want to hype up for Dark Ages, and there's an armor in here who's kind of like it, and it's this one. I don't know if I like the helmet, though. I don't like the helmet compared to everything else. Yeah, maybe we wait, although... Is this the one with something on it, or the other one? The other one. Let's go get the other one, because the other one has a secret on it we actually can get. So let's go unlock the other tower instead. Oh. There's the, Commander Keen. I'm getting all the Doom metal albums. We're collecting our album. And then we're gonna go into Doomslayer's room to show off something I mentioned earlier about Doom 3. Because I've tried to cheat the system up here. Technically, you can almost make that. I've almost made it into that, but there seems to be an invisible wall blocking me. So we're gonna unlock this and see if that's why. Did I have to get in here first before I can get in that? This suit is not as cool. I do like this suit, but... Well, actually, I like all the suits, to be fair, but... It's just hard to tell which one I want right now in honor of Dark Ages. Custom skin! You unlocked a custom skin for the Slayer. Custom skins can change the appearance of the Slayer throughout the game. Go to the Customize menu from the main menu to equip it. Yeah, this one. This is the original. This is 2016's outfit. I thought so. So this is my outfit from Mars. That's actually kind of apt that I did that because here's our little way out. We gotta fall. Uh, uh. Cheat code, all runes unlocked. Also, even that cheat code hints at something if you think about it. All runes. The only one who collected runes was freaking Quake. Like I said, every little thing in this game I do think is a hint towards the deeper story of this universe. Not even just the codexes themselves. I'm deeply offended there has never been a Star Blazers game. That's true. There has never been one, huh? At least not to my knowledge. There's never been one. If it was, maybe it wasn't that good. It wasn't popular then, but I guess that's a good point. Alright, to our room. Alright. I do like as you collect the weapons, they do end up on this wall. Although the ballista's not up here even though I have it now. Huh. Maybe that one don't count. Because it's in the fortress. Or just... Oh, you can actually see them. Just look at them. That's cool. Never knew that. Also, he brought some of his ancient times with himself. This is also how I think he's a reincarnation, or as I said, a gene-seeded person. Why would you have a connection to this far out in the future? Unless your memories remember this. Or this time, this era. Alright, so. There's a couple fun things to denote in this room. Some slight things that I did not notice. So, let's see. Where is it? Arbiter sensor. Some of these even have little things on them that are just fun, but they're technically like just advertisements for the guns and ways to find out what's in the game. Plus, there's little tidbits to other parts of the story. Plus, this is the outfit we just unlocked. That's our 2016 armor. That's Doom 2016. So, speaking of that, so here's our grenades. Oh, wait. These are the grenades from... Hold the frickin' phone. I'm glad I played this today after I bought a certain bundle. Those are Quake grenades. They're also probably the grenades fired out of this, but that's what they used to look like. Is that what I'm firing? I'm telling you, it's hilarious. This game hides a lot of shit. Oh, that's right. I need to get the password for this. I might just look it up. It's unlocked Doom 2 and Doom 1 on here. I don't think these help us get anything, though. But back to, I don't want to go over to the desk yet because I want to wait to say this. I'm going to go over there and show y'all something. But, so my theory for the Doom 2016 version of ourselves in this game, here's our bunny. I actually think, oh, that was my grenade coming back. I actually think that Doom 2016, I had it wrong on one thing. It is all these Doom Eternal, Doom 2016, Doom Dark Ages are rehashings of the original Dooms, but I got them backwards. So Doom 2016 is not Doom 1. It's Doom 3. Because if you think about what was Doom 3 at its heart, when it comes to its being the black sheep of the family that ended up having to be redone, it was, even its core basis, Doom 3 was based on Mars against a crazy scientist who worked for UAC, who ended up becoming a demon you had to fight at the end of the game. Wasn't the Cyber Spider, though, like 2016 actually made it again properly. 2016, even though technically the main boss of Doom 1 was technically a cyber spider, my issue with the conjunction here is I actually think Doom 3 was supposed to be an original like what Doom 3 I think was going to be before 2016 became the new one, the one that it was to revitalize the series. I think Doom 3 was trying to basically harken back and go all the way back to the beginning and even further. So, um, that's what I'm pretty sure Doom 2016 is. And after finding out a certain weapon can be found in 2016, I just never found it when I beat it on the channel. Let's go over to our desk real quick. See that? Recognize it? That's the I call it the Doom Cube. That's the Doom Cube you used to destroy the Cyber Demon at the very end of Doom 3. Why is it here though? That's why is what it that this was the first thing that made me start looking into more of this game when I started playing it again. When I saw this on the desk and I realized what it was because I played and beat Doom 3 a few months ago again. Like it was a while back. I think it was actually maybe even the beginning of this year, end of last year when I was playing it in the background for fun. I realized that's the cube you use in Doom 3 as the ultimate weapon to kill the cyber demon at the end. And then that's when the epiphany happened. That's when I realized and I thought about Doom 2016 and went, oh. So, even in its own right, even Doom 3 was technically meant to be something. And that's what Doom 2016 brought it back. Now to Doom Dark Ages. I actually think Dark Ages, I don't know which one it is actually Doom 1 or Doom 2. I just don't know which one. He looks more like Doom 1 Slayer, but just, modernized and looks way cooler. But if you take away his fancy fur coat and you take away the golf spikes they added to it and stuff like that to make it look more medieval like, uh it looks like the original Slayer outfit, like the original, like I'm talking Doom 1 original outfit. um and the fact there's more medieval weaponry involved in this because it's Sentinel era puts it more akin also to the flavor of what Quake was also like. It's like the two have combined together. Doom 1 or Doom 2, I'm not really, once again, I'm a little vague on that one, on what Dark Ages actually is. I'm pretty sure it's Doom 1, almost 95% certain. But that, without further information from the DLC, could be wrong. It could actually be Doom 2, because Doom 2 technically also involves the Sentinels, but just a bigger scale. Doom 1 and Doom 2 originally could also have been the same story. Like, what I mean by this is each game carried over the story from the same war. Like, they both were around the same era. So, my assumption to this is that maybe that's probably what 2016 did, is that's what it was for. It was to revitalize and rebirth the franchise from part of a beginning, but ironically from originally a failure turned into a success. Because remember, Doom 3 did not do that well, the original Doom 3, because it wasn't like the other Doom games. It didn't really play too much like a run and gun boomer shooter. It played like a horror game more akin to Resident Evil, which I'm not against either. I still enjoyed the hell out of it. It was fun. But for what Doom's supposed to be, it was really underwhelming. So I do think that's why a lot of them. Also, is the mace in here? You know what I've never looked for? The mace we're gonna get to use. You see hammers, drill. That's the battery thing Michael used to help us originally give us our powers back, to give us our urgent energy. We don't see a mace. Like maybe he kept it as nostalgia. Maybe it gets destroyed. That could be why he doesn't have it now in this game. Also, our bunny cage, sad face. I don't see a mace. We've got some cool guitars. Got some good axes. But no mace. So maybe not. Also, I just want to see something. Sometimes secrets will happen if you hit your own poster. I'm not going to shoot the bunny. I'll shoot myself. Although probably... Let me see if I punch myself. No, nothing. Okay. I just want to see, because there's stuff I never tried, just for the sake of I wanted to see if it was anything. But yeah, so there's no mace in here. But okay. So, and I think this is on purpose, because there is a huge rumor floating around that Quake 1 and Quake 2 are going to get redone. And I mean really redone. Like Doom levels, like what Doom is going through right now, redone. So, if that is the case, I have a feeling much like Doom gave birth to Quake, and then Quake rebirthed Doom, I wonder if Doom's about to rebirth Quake again. And what I mean, not even just story-wise, but like just from a game development perspective of how, since it's made by the same company and it uses the same engine hand in hand, these universes have been tied together even without lore, showing that it's tied together. So it is quite interesting. Also, clearly the Doomslayer does eat, by the way. Also, how is he getting pizza up here from Earth? What city are we in contact with that we're allied with is giving us pizza and takoyaki flavored lanes and fruity chews? Also, hold on. Now that I have my, what's it called, Rip and Tear mix. I'm just seeing if they did anything. This is my secret hunter trying to see if there's anything I missed. No way. No. That's fucking impossible. See, it's one thing to have something from Doom. It's a whole nother thing to have something from Quake. That's the Oh! Chat, we found another one! What? It's the ship from Quake 2! This is the ship that drops the units on the Strog world! Huh? Huh? Then wait, maybe you are from Quake. See, I was trying to remember if there's any stones from Doom. This might not be from Doom either. This might be the rune itself, the main one. uh, uh, uh. And brain melt number 2 has begun. Not the number of players. Let's see. Marathon did a close alpha, and well, it wasn't good. Not the number of players, but the huge drop off on the second day. Because it's boring. People played it, they went, ooh, ew, 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 and then ran away. No offense. I hate that it is Marathon too. I hate that something so good that should have been a single player game, and I'm gonna say it out loud for the developers to hear it if they ever catch these videos more and more. It should have been a single player game. It should not have been a multiplayer game. Its models could have been, you could have cooked it for longer. That it reeks of a game that sat in the development lab for maybe a year at best. At best. With how cheap and overly developed the models and underdeveloped. I actually think it's both. Some parts of the models are supremely boring, and then other parts of the models are just like, what is going on here? Like the one of the lady, that green lady that they advertise in a lot of the trailers, who has like four freaking like targeters on one eye. Why would you need that? That's just over designed to try to look how cool I am. And what's funny is the aesthetic is right for what Marathon represents. And what I mean by this is, I know some people might get mad at this. This is my one thing I have to put it in its favor, that they could have ran with if they hadn't been so BSy and every freaking thing else. And that is, the universe does pop kind of like the original one did. The original one did have some unusual color palettes. And you could argue maybe you shouldn't maybe take some of those color palettes to modern graphics, because it's just not going to act the same way or look the same way. Because back then you used vibrancy to take away from low res models, is what you do. You use bright lights, pretty bright lights, to take away from splotchy walls or environmental flat textures and da 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 da. But here's the issue with doing that in a modern game. In a modern game, because models are more detailed now and capable of things, even in this game, way more, going for a flat type model with just flat, and it does feel like, no offense to, and but back to the aesthetic thing, the universe itself was a strange, and everyone did look kind of weird. Everyone was somewhat part machine or part of that parasite thing that exists in the universe. It was a weird universe before everything that happened with the seventh universe and a certain chief. But that being ignored from the seventh universe, every other six versions were quite awkward. So it's one of those things that's like, it could have been the aesthetic and prettiness and the vibrancy. If you had done it differently and did the models better and they were way more detailed, then the vibrancy would have only helped. It would have made it better. Then you would have had these colorful characters that pop, but also have some meat to their model. And it's like, other than the face and the helmet, that green lady is just a standard military vest you can get from any Unity asset store Unreal or Unreal asset store. Um, Plastered on top of a tight latex looking suit that's just pure green with a robotic synthetic humanoid face with lines going through it to represent the robot look of the humanoid. That's okay, by the way. That's the least problem of the model. And then, of course, the over-voluting helmet, and then blinding the player with neon green lights. It's like, and then gameplay, I can only imagine. If it's, no offense to just Bungie in general, they're not the Bungie who made. And then I hate that they put in the trailer. This is another thing that got them slapped, in their fairness, and to Bungie. Don't put in your trailer from the makers of Halo and Marathon or whatever else they put in there. And I'm like, you didn't make that. Just because your name is Bungie, the employees who made those games are not you. You're just a company with that name, especially at the moment you went to Sony. So you are not the people who made Halo, and you are not the people who made Marathon. You made the shitty one, the one that exists today, but you did not make the icon that is the original Marathon. I want to say that for that purpose, because it's like, I hate when companies do this. And then once again, it's a multiplayer game. It's just a shrill. It's just a shill game trying to get shill money. That's all it is. I hate to call it that because I love what Marathon stood for as its original franchise, but that ain't what that is. So I'm still baffled by this. This I did not expect. I actually just saw this ship earlier today. I saw this ship because I played Quake 2 today when I got the bundle. Because I was trying out both Quake 1 and Quake 2 to see how they ran on the PlayStation instead. So much better. That's this ship. Oh, wow. All right, well, we have found out more things than even I intended to find. But let's see, what time is it? It is almost 10, though. That is about what I expected. The hell? Why are there random blocks of ice or something on here? But, alright, let's head back to the main area, or main room. I'll probably do the next couple of missions on my own off camera until we get to another exciting mission. Because this one is the Gore Nest. I think this is just... What do I fight here, even? Oh, wait. No, the Cyber Demon, correct me if I'm wrong. The Cyber Demon with the cannon and the giant sword on his hand. That's... Oh, but wait, isn't the Gore Nest the Marauder? Isn't that when I fight another Sentinel for the first time? Oh, maybe we do want to stream part of this. We've kind of gotten into the portion where the game does get quickly kind of insane. We don't have too many more codexes to read now, and we can read them as we go in a quick happenstance. I don't know, I don't know. See, Seeley said do the second half of this game and wait till that part is, but my brain's also kind of going, this game isn't that long. I think it's only 12 missions, and I'm already on the fourth or fifth now we're on now. We're already almost halfway. Like, this mission will be like 1 to 2 missions removed, maybe 3, from being halfway. Because each mission is very long. That's why there's so little of them. Not including DLC. Alright, Farseer, we need to take another vote. Seeley would probably still vote the same to this, but we need to be a little more specific with this vote now because I've got to wrangle in my schedule now because it's about to become the first. And I need to be ready for Dark Ages, our special surprise game, and Quake to finish off where we went with that. And if money willing, my budget willing, maybe some Expedition 33 and to show off that, since I do love those types of games. So, even though the main focus of this next month is boomer shooter, action-packed rage. Let's see. EA saw that and canceled their Titanfall extraction shooter immediately. Thank God. EA, you're gonna make Titanfall, make it a real game, not some BS free-to-play game. Don't insult Titanfall like that, EA. You know how many people love Titanfall? Don't do that. Look what happened to Marathon. At least they learned. It is a good, comforting sign that even EA is now noticing the blood in the water and is realizing we can't do this anymore. And I'm hoping Microsoft has sent that message, and multiple people have sent this message with the release of certain games being cheaper, and the fact that we're just not buying them. I mean, the people alone should be a message. We have spoken and said, no, we're not buying $70 games that are barely doing anything and worth jack crud. So many $70 games lately. Concord and many others. Avowed. Woke. That's what I'm gonna call it. And it's like all of those absolute flops. Why? Because they're cheap. They didn't do shit with the games and then pretended they were worth $80 fucking dollars, $70 fucking dollars. Excuse my language. We are not doing it anymore. Humanity is gone. Oh, yep, sorry, random goon wearing suit monkeys. We will no longer pay your prices because we don't care. That is not our problem. Make better stuff, we'll buy it. Don't, and it's like, and that's just the simple fact of the matter. So I'm glad it's starting to, we're starting to see that back tilt real hard. And I knew it was coming eventually. And see, you know it's bad when EA backs off from the whole idea. That means it was going to be a looter shooter, is what it was. It was going to be basically PUBG Titanfall. That'd have made me so mad. That'd have been as bad as Metal Gear Survive was, and I have still not let Konami live that down, even though MGS3, the remake, is looking real savage and good. Let's just hope they never make that mistake again. It's like, because and I'm going to say this too, and I'm going to say it literally like this: we, the people who consume these products or enjoy these IPs of any kind, whether it be movie, game, or whatever, and this is, I'm going to hint towards something, we're not going to get into a deep discussion. It also even has to do with a certain movie's coming out. If what I heard, the one of my YouTubers who spits the facts, as I said earlier, is even inkling right about what he found out about with Fantastic Four, God help us. Another IP that they think they can shove some political agenda in when no one gives a absolute fuck. And that's another thing. And it's also relating to the thing me and Farsi talked about, a certain type of class in college that's a waste of time and it's causing too much strife. It's a waste of taxpayers' money. It's a waste of humanity's brain power. And all it's doing is creating people who think that they should be pushing diverse, what do they call it, divides in between certain things. That's all it's producing. It is not useful to us. And this certain person or actress apparently is a big person and has a degree in this. And I'm like, oh no. Because if you when you hear a Hollywood, and I'm hoping there's none of this in the movie. I'm hoping people are reading too much into this and that it'll have nothing to do with Fantastic Four, but there were some releases that were earlier in development that talked about this actress basically including certain things into basically Sue Storm herself as a character. And if she does this, Marvel might be in trouble for the first time ever. Because these companies need to freaking realize one big thing. The people who are going to see these movies, whether it be Marvel, Star Wars, or any other IP, yeah, it has nothing to do with that person and what that person believes. No offense. And I don't have nothing against that person either. You can believe whatever you want to believe. You can believe that sand is purple and that we are ruled by purple dinosaurs. I don't care. That's not the point. The point is, you don't take that and shove that into our movies, who the general populace who do not care about this either, uh, and expect it to be a success. That's your personal life, and there's nothing wrong with that, but we don't care. That does not affect general human populace and what we want to watch in a movie. We go to movies to enjoy and get away from real life, not to have some political message shoved down our throat because this person thinks we need to hear it when no one cares. And it's going to be that way for the rest of human existence until we either destroy ourselves or maybe not become something other than human, whether it be machines or whatever, sadly. And it's like, so it's a silly thing. And I'm tired of hearing it. And so is everybody else. So, a message to all the developers out there, publishers, Hollywood producers, and directors. If you hear any word of anything that sounds political, that's not something that's actually you can hide in the the shadows, instead of putting it in the front face of the movie and making it be more important than the actual plot, um, then it ain't worth it. You kick that shit out immediately. Because that will destroy the IP. Now, if it's a new IP, this is different. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. New IPs are free. New IPs are good. If you want to push a message, or if you want to get a message out there that you think you believe in and you want people to hear, make your own shit. Stop stealing other people's hard ass work that they made legends and icons out of just to push your message because you think because it has the name behind it, people will hear you louder. No, we'll shut you out more. That's how it works. And since now we've seen the market cascading and crashing in a lot of these places, the market has spoken and said, yeah, that is how it works. We're not going to buy this shit. And it's like, so I hope if Marvel has been reading the room, because this was a while back this information came out. I do mean a while back that this was going to be included in the movie. So if they're smart and they've seen what happened over the last few months, they do what EA has just done and go, cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it. No matter what the actress or actor or whoever may be representing whatever says, because they aren't the ones this movie is for. A single person is not what a movie is supposed to be made for. It's supposed to be made for all of the populace from all of the way. And when you try to push a certain agenda into it, you eliminate at least 85% of the consumer. And that's generous. It's probably closer to 95. But you say, they should have gone the cyberpunk soldier aesthetic for the models. That's true. To keep in route, to keep it to its route. Also, what happened to the aliens the humans in Marathon were fighting? I guess according to this multiplayer, they all just vanished. That's a good point too, because that's also something that bugs me. Where are all the aliens? There were hundreds of species in Marathon. Maybe you didn't get to see them all, but the ones you did get to see, there were at least 8. But there's technically hundreds mentioned in its own lore. Where all they? Tell you, man, it's crazy. People be crazy. But alright, let's exit the main menu. It'll save. Your latest progress will be saved. We're still gonna talk and chill for a second before I wrap it up. But what'd I get? Glory kilt. What the fuck? Hold on. The fuck you mean? Hell's a glory kilt. That's the wrong thing. Oh, I can't go into it. Oh, I don't know what that's on now. Oh, profile. Oh, it's an icon. It's Scottish Doom Slayer. Also, I love this headbutting one. You get this for running into a pinky head on purpose with your dash. It's also one of the challenges of the first level the pinky is on. Just headbutt it. Oh, man. Also, since I bought the Quake bundle, it gave me a bunch of Quake items. Like, we can even do this. You want to see something else cool? Look what I can turn the Slayer into. Ready for this? Hold on. Where is it? I gotta find it. There it is. Ranger Slayer. Say hello to Quake. Now we get to see his model, by the way. This is actually pretty cool, because now you get to see what his model looks like in modern times. A what if, almost, you could say. But you see his face. But yeah. But I thought I'd cross-reference the two here. I went Quake mostly everything else. I should probably do half and half. Hold on. Let's do half and half. So the icon I'm keeping is Quake. Title though, we're going this. There we go. There we go. Because now they're both on the same panel together, on both sides. I've got my platform is Quake. Slayer is himself. My icon is Quake, but my title is Doom 1. Class of 94. Although I'm technically class of the 90s in general, but I was 89 when I was born. I played Doom when I didn't play it when it came out, technically, right away. I think I played it on my PC for the first time 96? I want to say 96, 97, or somewhere around there. It's a bit vague because my life was a bit crazy in a lot of those times. Because I had a lot of surgeries when I was young. Like growing up for the first 10 years of my life. So I think I'd have been 5 at 94. 96 I'd have been 7. 98 I'd have been... My brain. 96 I'd have been 7. So I'd have been like 10 years old. I'm gonna say 98. Because I doubt I would have played it at 7 years old and 6 years old. 10 years old sounds young. But I was a gamer even at the blistering age of 2. And the reason why this is, you're probably like, well, how would you do that? Why would a kid even get attached that fast? Well, it wasn't necessarily by choice, technically, but it wasn't forced either. It was because when I was young, for anyone who hasn't heard the quick breakdown of the story, and I'll just do a quick version of it. I have no arms. I want to say that for anyone who can't tell. I'm gonna one day I do want to do a more camera shot, so a wider camera shot somehow, so y'all can see me playing with my feet, so you can see how I play. But that being said, when I was young, I didn't know how to use both my feet because one of them was turned backwards. I could only use my right foot for things since I didn't have arms. I had to use my feet for everything. But my left foot was born with like a muscle thing that basically it was born crooked or backwards, and the muscle was like tied in the wrong places. So, and it formed the bone that way because of it. So, in the first 2 to 3 years of my life, I had a surgery that they did a soft muscle release and technically had to break my foot and straighten it. Because here's the thing, the bone would have already curved around with it. So the only way they would have been able to reset the bone and let the bone regenerate would have had to be breaking it. I don't remember this being too terrible because I wore a cast for like, I don't know how long actually. To be fair, probably up to 94, 95. And that was to keep the foot straight, and so I don't move it until the bone regrows and the muscles basically reconstitute themselves after a while. It's not the right word, but you know what I mean. I'm not the thing. Much to my dismay to a certain extent. But forgot what I was gonna say. But yeah, after the cast came off, when I was around 2 or 3 years old, they put me in therapy in this like therapy clinic place somewhere in Lawrenceville. I don't remember what it was called. I remember the building very well. It's in my dreams even. I lived in that building for so long and was there for so long, for so many years. And the first thing I started to try to do, and I think Mom took notice to this because this is what she got for me on my birthday year. I think it was that same year. when I started going there. She noticed I started playing like Super Nintendo. Now I was still just using one foot at the time. Can you imagine? Like, it actually was not easy, but I learned how to do it with one foot. But that was also, controls were really easy back then. The Super Nintendo control was just basically 6 buttons. And since games didn't really use all those buttons in most cases, basically 4 buttons. So, and I played Mario, so basically 2 buttons, maybe 3 if you're sprinting. So, my mom bought me for my birthday, I think it was. I don't remember if it was for my, I think it was for my birthday, a Sega Genesis. Or was it the Saturn? Whatever which one it was the one with the first Sonic on it, the original Sonic the Hedgehog. I quickly learned I ain't playing that game with one foot. It's too fast. So I, as I do today in different ways, to keep adapting and learning how to do things with my disability, I started using my left foot. I started because my mom was kept trying to urge me on and other things, saying you need to use both feet. You need to use your left more now. And so I tried to do it for gaming. Lo and behold, that ended up being the thing that I ended up attaching myself to fully once I figured it out. But I laid my foot on the D-pad of the Sega Genesis control on the left side, and I learned, okay, at least for now, and I got better at doing things with my left foot over time, I learned I can just lay my left foot's big toe and use my big toe and just press the forward button. And then my right foot does all the jumping and spinning and stuff. And then I learned pressing down with Sonic while spinning with left foot. And then I started getting better and better and better. Then I revisited Mario at my therapy before I graduated from it. Like a year after playing Sonic with both feet. I decimated Mario. Just because it was so much slower to my brain. Because Sonic is so fast. So it was great. It was fun. I remember those days so vividly. But that's that harkens back to why I played Doom in '98, because that was the first time I got to get something on my PC that I could play, and it was the first time I used keyboard and mouse. I was not good at it at first, and even on PC, I don't think I truly became first ever control support. Um, I think it was when it went to Xbox. I think it was the Xbox version when I finally played that one. Even though Xbox control was terrible for me, accessibility wise, Doom didn't have a lot of controls back then. It was just shoot, run, dodge, aim left, and there wasn't even aiming up and down. It was aim left and right, shoot, change weapons. That's all that was. So technically, within the confines of the Xbox control, this actually was pretty decent for me and was manageable. So that's when I first started to become the Doomslayer you see today. As you saw what I did earlier in comparison. If you could see little me when he was having a hard time learning how to play regular Doom, and then you fast forward to what I just did tonight, he'd probably look at it and go, damn, I didn't think I'd get that good. But, speaking of EA, they're seemingly learning from the mistakes for Battlefield 6. Hopefully that returns to the roots. I'm hoping all of them realize they have overstepped their bounds. And another thing I heard from the YouTuber I watched that's covering the video game thing going on right now, oversaturation. They can't expect people to buy $70, $80 games in a world where there's infinite choices of games now. Back in the day, would have been more. You'd actually probably got, even though no one had $70 back then at all, anyways, no one's budget or the economy just wasn't that rich. But overall, I would have to also say, like, at least strategically, if you had the same volume of games back then, today, as far as like not having as many out there, then you could probably justify these higher prices because you're one in a million. But now, where you live in a world where there's infinite companies able to make infinite versions of these games, and this is over exaggeration, but you get my point. Oversaturation has occurred on such a high level, and when this happens in any type of product, it kills its what do you call it? What they call that? Oh, something. It has to do with economic value of the product versus its amount. My brain's not working. I'm getting tired. But essentially, it's reached such a point where there is no. It's overpopulated and overpolluted its market so much, and that there's so many products of this kind out there that now you can't just fall over the wagon and hope everyone's gonna play it. Gaming's getting to be harder and harder to maintain because we're trying to do the wrong things. We're trying to innovate too much. We need to stop for a while. This is in anything. In any type of product, sometimes you need to chill, and for a few years straight, maybe I'd even say for the fact we've dug the hole so deep, 10 years. And I know that's a long time, but that's their fault. They could have done this sooner and it would have been less fallback, and they could have sat in the, what do you call, the downtime portion of marketing a lot less time. Whereas now the hole is so goddamn deep, it's going to take 10 years, minimum. 10 years before the oversaturation of gaming is not as bad. And for anything to be justified, being pushed out at a faster rate. That's why things like Concord are happening. They're trying to innovate too hard, push out games too fast, too often, and for nothing. And what I mean for nothing is that game was nothing. It had some pretty models, and even then, they weren't that good. And I mean by pretty is, they were 3D. Compared to other models who are 3D, they're still shit. Because Concord's models were just as bland and just as over-designed and stupid. Over-design can kill your model just as much as under-design can. But sometimes under-design is safer because you can upgrade an under-designed model. You cannot downgrade an over-designed model without starting from scratch. It doesn't work the same way. You can't go down, but you can go up. So this is stupidity on, once again, these developers and these companies and publishers for even trying these strats. And it's like, so I think they already crossed the point of no return because indie games are getting cheaper and faster to make. Well, you can thank Unreal for that great gift of beauty. Unreal has caused some problems in the industry, but at the same time, it's also saved it. Because if Unreal hadn't have done this, we actually might be seeing a true end to the video game industry where even indie wouldn't survive. Whereas because what Unreal did, what Farseer just said is 100% accurate. 100% true. Indie games are getting blisteringly faster to make, and because Unreal's making programming, modeling, and certain things easier for people to get into and learn how to do, especially coding. Coding is the biggest thing why indie developers most likely run into a wall unless you're already a coder. Because programming is a nightmare unless you like looking at numbers and letters and statements and all kinds of stuff. It's like, so, which I do kind of like that kind of stuff. That's why I'm going into robotics and AI. But on the average, this would not be normal for most people. So, that being said, Unreal made a very big move in that aspect. This, because blueprinting, blue scripting is what I call it now. blue scripting, which is a blueprint script where you have pre-made scripts you can use that do the same thing that you're looking for, since you're not sure how to do that yet, but to solve the issue in the beginning of your game, and then you can just tie them together with these little notches inside the blueprint, the blue scripting screen in Unreal. Such a good ass tool. It's so good. Even as a coder, I still like this. Because here's the thing that also opens up for if you are good at coding, that means blue scripting is even more insane. Because that means now you know what you're putting in there, and you can write all those scripts you're tying together yourself. So you can create some nasty, nasty combinations and things that no one could have done before, even if they understood code, because the code was limited in that way. Because there is still a limit in an if-and statement or if true-false statement or any other example I can give you, where it can only go on so long before you have to end that statement to start a new statement that might be a co-statement of that statement, but it's still a separate statement. See how convoluted that was? That was to make two different scripts to work together. Now I said that in the most watered down, lamest way I could say it, so that way people understand what I'm saying. Because most people in my chat are not programmers, so and most average people wouldn't be. So it's essentially that convoluted. You have to do those kinds of things to link other script lines to other script lines in the same script without breaking the script. And that sometimes does not work. You end up having to find other ways to link them if that doesn't work, because it keeps breaking something else you didn't intend it to break, because you have to hard code it in. That's what that's called, hard coding. However, with blue scripting, you could make several blueprint scripts of smaller scripts that are separate from each other, as they always would be, and then just tie them together and let the freaking engine do it. Which is... it's great. And double A. Yeah, double A's are also becoming king. I feel like a lot of the double A titles of our world are going to end up being the new triple A's in the future. Like, they will become the new Ubisofts, the new EAs, the new whatever, Bethesda, all of them, CD Projekt Reds. I have all of those double A, and some of them actually I just mentioned are somewhat double A's, but they're basically already triples because of certain things they're involved in, and publishers they're tied with. So technically AAA. But as far as like double A and like just indies, I say single A's, single A batteries. No, indies is what that would be for single A. Is it's definitely become the easy market for them, and that's also a part of the oversaturation thing that's happened as well. Is inadvertently, because indie has gotten stronger, this has also produced somewhat of that oversaturation too. But that's good because we need it, so the bigger companies are forced to do better and have to realize maybe we need to take some steps back and stop trying to change so many things in every little new game or shove a new IP of the same franchise over and over and over again when it's not working onto the player. I'm gonna tell you. I know what's gonna be the what did they call it? The straw that broke the camel's back, or whatever. The rock, I guess, because you're overloading your unit. I can tell you right now. I think who's gonna be the crux and center of the stage. It's a theory, not anything factual. What I'm about to say. I think I know who's gonna stand at the center of this crash at some point here soon. And I have a distinct feeling. And it's going to hearken in the era of what I just said. It's going to hearken in the era of they need to stop. They need to take a step back. They need to stop trying to force IPs for the sake of forcing IPs when they're not trying to put their work into it. Because A good example, after I say who I think it is, I'm going to tell you who's doing it right, and then this one is, of course, doing it wrong in my opinion, because we've seen very little of this game since the last trailer at all, and yet we've still not seen any real gameplay, like true gameplay, like of any miniature story part of the game that might show a little bit more about how things will interact with each other, how maybe you'll get chased, how the AI interacts with you in that world. What all can you do in this world? Is it less or more than its predecessor of the same game? And normally I don't judge on that criteria, that last one I just said. But when you try to make your game a highfalutin diamond and pretend that it's a diamond and sell it like a diamond, this tells me that maybe you actually need to be judged for this criteria because you probably ripped out all your mechanics just for pretty models. Well, no one cares. Not in that game. Let's see, voted worst company in America. Let's see, why do I have a feeling EA will somehow worm their way out of this? I think EA will survive in happenstance of one thing. Sadly, the same thing I believe for Ubisoft, even though it did take a hit. So maybe EA won't fully survive. I do think they'll survive, but I do think EA is going to end up like Ubisoft at some point. It's going to be owned by Tencent. No, I'm just kidding. No, but maybe Microsoft, realistically. To be fair, if anyone bought EA, it'd probably be Microsoft. But that being said, I do think EA as a company, or the name EA, will survive. Now, will the people in charge currently of EA survive? No, because it's not making any money. So, and that's the biggest crux or the elephant in the room for making change in a market of any kind. If the consumers or the people buying the products are being gypped or are unhappy, what you have to do as the consumer is speak with your wallet. Don't fucking buy it. They'll stop. Overnight, even. They'll stop if you speak loud enough and make them cost them enough money. Because that will tell them, you've spoken with your wallet. We will not buy this kind of crud. This is not what we were expecting from you. Especially from all these companies who are now flopping. They used to be the titans of their industry and produce some of the most iconic games of their time. Yet now they can't stop producing garbage cans at vast majority rates. And it's like, and going public. Going public is a nightmare thing to always do. It's suicidal for any company. Because now you're going to be run by a bunch of ghosts, as I call them, or a ghost council. Basically a bunch of bankers or shareholders is what they actually are, that are going to make all the decisions for you, and they know nothing about this field. They don't care. They'll just subsidize it and break it apart and eat it up and throw it into something else and make their profit. Sharks don't care, and that's what that is. That's the shark way of doing business. And that's why I'm glad we're going away from it, and we're basically costing these sharks millions so they can learn that they don't know shit. Not about business, not about life. And it's like, so... Let's see, I'll wait for EA quarterly earnings to see how much the FIFA zombies are feeding them. I haven't seen the quarterly lately. The last one wasn't looking too good. I mean, it was still decent, but even FIFA's falling off. I've even heard rumors that people are abandoning that game. Not like to the extent of other games that have been abandoned from EA, but as far as like that one specifically, people are just getting to the point where it's too much pay to win, too much RNG, too much loot BS, because you have to have certain players, and you can only get certain players if you get the card, and the card is pure random unless you buy, like those seagulls from Finding Nemo, but EA, you know, mine, that's what they would used to say, which is literally still EA. And it's like, so, and that's kind of how a lot of that's been going. But we're seeing the turn of the era and the turn of the change of this, with more and more failures and more successes from the companies who have realized this. I'm going to say, i.e., Microsoft is one of them. They picked up on that real fast. I would say EA's kind of learning. They're looking at certain things and going, okay, we've pushed too hard. It's time to not do this anymore. Especially with other games failing around them that aren't even their games. Which is a good way to look at that, because in EA's favor, in this case, maybe it should be good you're looking at your other competitors fail and go, you don't want to become them. You are becoming them, but don't be them. Be better, and you will survive this. Much like Microsoft, and once again, a lot of these bigger companies will survive just because they're, billion-dollar companies and million-dollar companies. So I'll say, like, Sony, that ain't going nowhere. Nintendo, we've always thought it at some point, maybe. And once again, the chess pieces are on the table. It just depends on what Microsoft does. I just wish Sony wouldn't take such a back seat to counteracting their Japanese brother, because they just don't compete with them, because they don't have to in Japan. Because in Japan, the people who buy Sonys and buy PlayStation don't buy Nintendo, and it's the other way around as well. So there's this weird niche, half and half economy going on over there that both can be safely safe in Japan to a certain extent. Now, with Microsoft biting into the competition and going non-exclusive permanently, because they also they stated something recently that came out too. They already said this technically once, but they said they wanted to make sure that this was for sure, from what I saw, because there were still a lot of people like concerned about, well, what about big titles like future Halos, like a new Halo, not Halo Master Chief Collection. Like if a new Halo got made to the end of this year and beginning of next year, is that going to be Xbox exclusive? Xbox said no. They said it will be day one on all consoles. And they did hint there is another Halo. And I'm like, And with this test bed of Halo 1 kind of rearing its head, where we've been seeing this multiplayer test bed of I forget what map it is, of Halo 1 models and Chief and all that being retested in new graphics and basically 4K and new model and being brand new, spanking, modernized, basically Doomslayer level brought up to current state of affairs. That's a killing maneuver. Okay? I want to point out how savage that maneuver would be. So let's point this out. So, Microsoft makes the statement, no exclusivity ever again. We will never do it again. Which means that no other company can do this either as much. Nintendo will do this until they die. But that's also my thing I'm getting at right now. Microsoft's been at the bottom of the barrel for a while because of the suffrage and idiotic mistakes they made a couple generations back. We all know what I'm talking about. They kind of pulled what Sony is doing now several generations ago. And this hurt Microsoft greatly. And ever since then, they've been resurrecting, rebuilding, remastering, I would even say, and learning from their mistake to see what the market is actually going to be. And Microsoft, at least in somewhat, and except for that one mistake, has always been pretty good at reading the market to a certain extent, and other places in their business as well. So, here's my theory. Since this is going to be on since everything Xbox is going every console, every platform, everywhere, they also talked about something very scary I don't think Sony liked to hear. And I don't think Sony didn't have too much reaction to it. I did see some posts on Twitter from certain accounts that are reps for Sony and things like that were covered from one of my YouTubers. They did kind of state, they were saying it in the most neutral way possible, but it did kind of say, in a way, how dare you do this? Not literally, but what I mean by how dare you do this is because they know what that means. They exactly know what that means. That means that if they do not follow suit with what happens next, Sony will be painted as the bad guy so bad, especially after the failure that is Concord, and now I'm assuming Marathon, with how the alpha sounds like it did. They'll lose. They'll lose over one generation, and they'll lose their power and be put at the spot that Microsoft is in. And then Microsoft will be the one competing with Nintendo. But here's the other issue. I actually think Nintendo's in trouble too. Because since Nintendo and Sony think that, I think they misread the, you know what I think it is? I don't think it's, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt for this and blame this less on corruption and more on, I think just whatever you'd call the insider kind of job that these companies have to try to read these markets to give to the company heads to let them know what the shifts are. I think they were told the wrong thing. I think a bunch of BS media hypers and insiders who wanted to make money off of Sony and just to be in their bed with them have been feeding them false shit. And what I mean by that is they're not been telling them how disgruntled truly the marketplace is getting with these prices. I think they're telling them the opposite, just because they don't want to lose their jobs, because they were wrong, and they know they were wrong, and they're trying to keep out of it as long as possible until Sony gets hurt so bad that they smell blood and go, wait a minute, you told us this is not the way it was going, and then that person's going straight into the can. And it's like, because that's how that works. It's like, you falsify your business and your facts to your company as someone who's supposed to give them info, don't expect to keep your job after it falls apart with anything. Or falsify certain strikes. Even don't expect it when you don't bitch and moan when you lose your job. That was your fault. Just for a union flip. When it had nothing to do with protection at all from a company that already has these protections, if you were smart enough to look them up yourself. Ooh, Anyways, I will disagree with you on the can. They're going straight into their rival with a hefty bonus. Into their rival with a hefty bonus. Well, that's another thing. That's another thing. Your competition inside the company who did get it right, who they ignored, has now got your job. Because that is kind of how that any job works. You shit the bed, you lose it. You don't get to keep it. No. It's like these companies can't afford like the losses they've had, especially on the high amounts that they're having. So even for big boy companies, I mean, Sony may be big, but Concord was not a drop in the bucket by any means. That failure scarred them. Now they ignored it because it wasn't a bad scar, it wasn't a life, and not literal life-threatening. I mean, from a business standpoint, life-threatening. It wasn't a life-threatening scar to the business, but it's a noticeable scar, meaning people can see it. It's just Sony is ignoring they took it. That they took that scar and it is now visible on their chest. So, or you do so bad, you go to a rival company. I mean, even if you go to a rival company, you're just gonna crash them too. I mean, I'm not sure what maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're talking about, but I mean, if someone who's bad or gives false information goes to another company, they're just gonna get canned at that company. Plus, if they're giving the same information they gave to the other company that fired them, and this has become an average thing that no company wants to hear now, you're not going to get hired with them either. Because if they hear you say that stuff to them too, and you try to sell it like you did to the one who fired you, they're going to just say, nope, not interested. You can leave now. At least if they were smart. Because there's another thing, because that helps the person, that helps the company, the one who failed at their job. What do you call it? That they used to work at. It means the previous company is going to win now because now the person who was terrible at their job now works at their rival. So, but yeah, that is kind of, and I do think it maybe there was some sort of misinformation on market reading, and trying to predict where things are going, and just also blatant blindness to the absolute disgruntled taste that we've all have now in our mouth for the video game industry and its top titles. Not, and some of the, in we're not talking about the good ones. Like even Dark Ages, even though it's $70, even Dark Ages, even though it's $70, that game is worth it, but it's still a very high price. Like that's, I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. I think 60 was where it should have stopped. I do agree with Farseer as well. This should have happened a generation ago. Like this information and this like jump back and us not buying certain things, we should have done this a generation ago. If we had, I guarantee you the PS5 would have had some banging ass titles on it. It had some good ones, but look at when the PS4 first came out, it had some really good shit on it. Like it was just popping off, ruling, taking over, running over its competition, doing the right things. And then now you see us a generation later, quite the opposite. It's got good things, but none of these things are winning any championships. And here's another thing. It's not even being exclusive either like Microsoft has done. It's just making sure, even if you're not exclusive, if it's your game and you made it and the game is good and it gets seen across all the platforms, that makes you even more popular if you did good. And I think that's what Microsoft's doing this for. I think they're trying to put Sony and Nintendo on the same playground. I think they're forcing them through marketing strategies and just using the way the consumer is going and with the direction we're pulling in to force Sony and Nintendo's hands. Now Nintendo's not going to do it. I'd turn white and as a ghost and pass out if there was a video or some release by Nintendo to cave into what might be coming. Because you can willing to bet that Nintendo ain't going to let Xbox games on their console. And they're not going to do vice versa either. But Sony's going to have to. And this is where the true problem incurs for Nintendo. Marketing alone. If Sony is forced to not bow down, but get into the same boat as Microsoft, as it is now done, or forcing now, this means Nintendo will be the only one left out and will become so much of an archaic meme and, no offense, frowned upon company that we actually finally might see them crash. But here's my theory on when that finally comes. If that plays out like I think it will, this just means Sony would buy them, unless Microsoft gets to them, but I don't see Microsoft buying Nintendo if they ever did collapse. It'd be Sony, because it's the original child that came from Nintendo anyways. So, the natural inclusion there would be, we'll absorb all the Nintendo stuff on the PlayStation. This will strengthen it tenfold. Hell, to be fair, if it weren't for the price hike that Nintendo is already pushing before even a certain game that I think is going to be the straw that broke the camel's back when it happens, it's one of those things is like, even if Sony brought Nintendo tomorrow to try to combat with this, to try to make their own deals, because Nintendo would want $80 price tags, they wouldn't get bought. No one's gonna buy Metroid on Sony for $80. I'm sorry to say, I love Metroid, but no, not when I can buy Doom for 70. No. And so, and it's all a price range. Now, if it was the same price, especially the new Metroid coming out, yes. 70's at least. I don't like 70, but if we're not going to be able to get 60 back, because I doubt these companies will go down to 60, my brain's like, that's just not believable. It's not realistic. As much as I want that, and we all want that, some games will go down to 50 and 60, but I don't see them going to 60 again. But I could be wrong about that too. But so Microsoft's got some huge balls right now, and it's the good kind. They've got Doomslayer balls right now. Let's see, Nintendo got their own console. They got Pokemon and all their IPs, and their CEOs are so cutthroat. We will see the heat dev of the universe before they give in. Yeah, well, we'll see their heat dev. I don't know about. I mean, I get what you're getting at, but there's no such thing as infinite. This is what me and Tam King are talking about. We're talking about as well. There's no such thing as infinite growth. It does not exist. I don't care what business model someone tries to sell you, what anyone tries to hype you up on, that shit is fake. And the reason why that is fake is within mathematics alone, which is the truth of all truths, the numbers, Mason, they never lie. It's like, so, according to actual numbers in math, there is a limit to even certain things. So there's no such thing ever as infinite growth. It has to be staggered growth is what it's called. But you can't stagger growth if you're trying to shove games out every 2 to 3 years that are slop. That's not staggered growth. That's forced growth, which does not exist either. And it's like, you can influx your market slightly to a certain extent if you pull some cheesy tricks here and there. But the amount of money you're going to lose overall, plus the amount of money you could have made if you just did it right, just trumps all of that. Makes it look real stupid. You basically made a marginal profit for some cheap tactic versus you could have been made billionaires level profit. This is just a rough estimate over just making the damn thing as it should have been. And it's like, and I'll say it out loud as someone who is an American and I live in America and was born here, and I'll say it, America got lazy. That's the whole crux of it. America and Japan, to a certain extent, got lazy. America's coming back from that, slowly but surely, finally. But Japan, not quite so much yet. And it's like, so we'll have to see what happens. But has Nintendo ever have a flop game this cycle? Well, here's the thing: they don't. I don't know if I can justify maybe yay or nay. Yes, technically, yes, no. Or technically, no. Because here's the problem with Nintendo, which will last until the market kills it, which is what we're working towards, I feel like. Because eventually it'll just be too much for anyone. And also another thing, did they think people who play Nintendo Switches are going to pay $80 for games when they wouldn't even pay full price for games on Nintendo in the first place? That's another weird thing about that choice from Nintendo. I do think even they are not infinite and will soon feel the cold, dead sting of failure. Hardcore soon. And it's like, but now back to the flop thing. I don't think this cycle. I don't know enough Nintendo games, sadly, anymore to say who are yay or nay on any of them. I mean, technically, the flops, in my opinion, are the remasters coming from Switch to the new Switch or whatever it's called. to the new Nintendo, whatever the new one, the remasters they're doing. To me, the flops are the fact that they're taking these other games that are not even anywhere near these prices and bringing them to a new console, not even redoing their models. It's just basically a high definition version of the same game, but it's not changed at all. Meaning there's no model changes like Doom Eternal did, or when Doom 2016 finally hit for the first time and Doom got resurrected. That's a true redo. That's something that maybe that warrants a little bit more money to be charged for. However, for the games on Switch, they're all games that were from a previous generation, just moved over in slightly more high def. Now, Sony charges more for those too, but not that much more. Sony charges maybe $10 more. That was a $30 increase to those games. It was massive. And it was unheard of. No one was expecting it either. And it's like, and it did not get received well at all. I think even in Japan it didn't do too well. I mean, better than it would have did at all anywhere else. But I think even in Japan they saw some drop that day, and somewhat going forward. And see, if they don't, I need to buy a bridge. I mean, once again, they don't have flops, but they do. Because they're not playing to any market at all, which is a dangerous play because now once the market becomes too fringe and the market closes back in like it's about to, I think, that's going to hurt them badly. It's going to hurt them substantially. Not in Japan necessarily, but across every Western nation, you're probably going to see the drop of Nintendo sales like tank by almost say 60%, if not higher, just because no one's going to pay that on a Switch. People barely care, barely want even Sony to pull this bullshit. We don't want them to charge us these prices. We're definitely not going to pay it on a lesser console. No offense to Nintendo. Like, Sony may be kind of dirty in its own way and it has some things it does wrong, but at least their games are, when they're not making Concord, things like Doom here and other things they share with other titles and some of their more exclusives that they used to be known for. And Sony, I'm going to say it again. Killzone, 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 Killzone. Seriously. You have the same freebie Microsoft does. Do it. And do it right. Because that game can actually be what you advertised it on PS4 to be. When they showed that Killzone trailer and everyone got pissed and it wasn't actually the gameplay, it was just cinematics. You could actually make that gameplay on a PS5. You don't even need a pro PS5 to make that game what it should have been back on PS4. Killzone, Killzone, Killzone. Please. Listen to reason and to the market around you before you get swallowed whole. Because it doesn't matter how successful you have been, that doesn't matter for tomorrow. It can end in literally 24 hours. And you lose that ground and lose that advantage over your rivals and your competitors in the market, aka Microsoft, and technically Nintendo, even though you two don't compete like you should. Because I do think if Sony punched Nintendo harder in Japan, I actually think that Nintendo would also revive somewhat. And Nintendo would also do better. But Sony doesn't do this. They don't technically have to is the problem. Because they have the Western market also in their back pocket. They have a half and half kind of situation, so they get to play with both grounds. However, once again, once that market closes back in, and these strategies start getting pulled because there's too much oversaturation, Yeah, it won't be the same after that. It'll start becoming to the point where Sony will have to pick and choose their alliance again. And for their survivability, it has to be hardcore, right? It has to be hardcore gaming. That's what they've always been. So, because they can't beat Nintendo straight up without it. If they were to lose the hardcore gaming community, Nintendo would eat them back up. They'd get bought out. They would not have the monies to survive a Nintendo in Japan. It just wouldn't. And it's like, so, so I do think that that's where we're headed. I think Nintendo is going to become an obscure. This is the way I'm going to put it in the nicest way. Nintendo is going to become an obscure grandpa that yells about higher prices and wants higher prices. Sony is going to have to jump in the boat and become not part of Microsoft literally. I don't want to make that sound wrong, but become a part of Microsoft's new plans. Because if they don't follow suit, they'll get left behind as well and suffer a worse fate than Nintendo. Nintendo does have Japan, and that's what might keep it alive until the grandfather part of it dies away and it finally fades out. But Sony doesn't have this. If they lose to Microsoft too badly, woo boy. So they'll be forced to join forces and become part of Microsoft's family as far as a coexisting family kind of situation. It's the cousin that comes over during the family dinners. And Nintendo will fade into an old man. Is it? And see, I mean, if Nintendo somehow get away with this and their sales go up, I'm gonna buy a bridge. Yes, I don't think their sales will go up. They'll probably try to make it sound like their sales are going up, like Ubisoft did, because I found out how Ubisoft was pulling that trick on people when they were trying to pretend that Assassin's Creed Shadows had more people than actually was playing it, or more people bought it than that actually they did. They were using the amount of copies shipped, but that doesn't mean nothing. Like basically the amount of copies they had and the amount of copies basically that were put to the stores, and they use this, and that's for the physical side. Here's the even more weird and ironic thing about this. Those numbers would only be pulled from the physical side, which guess what? How many little people do you think still buy physical? So even more so to show you how they kind of pulled the red carpet out there to try to make a number that doesn't exist. They took a number that was a flat number and used that number as saying, look at how many millions of copies were out there. But then you look at the player base and people who own it on Steam and and you look at the average, let's say a week ago, timeline within the last week, or hell, you can go within the last year technically with Steam. Yeah, nope. Didn't even breach 100,000. Nope, it got beat by a simulator that has nothing to do with Assassins. It has to do with growing your own product. It got beat by something like that. Which is even more, in my opinion, shows how bad Assassin's Creed Shadows was. It got beat by a game on Steam that's not even the same fucking genre. A sim is not what Assassin's Creed is. Although technically I guess you could say it used to be a sim. So maybe that's why it lost. But, because it used to be accurate. It used to be historically accurate. It used to have some pride about itself. So, yeah, it lost to a very unusual game to be losing to. But the game's good. Ironically, that game, I am thinking about doing a stream on that game at some point, just for the lulz. Not Assassin's Creed, the game that beat it. Let's see. Like if the stars align and Zucker's boost team up, I'll give it. I'll give up. I mean, even that's not enough. Me and Tam King even talked about this. Once again, mathematically, 5% of the populace that is rich enough to pay for those games can't carry a company. They need the general populace. Anybody does. When you're making a product for anything for other people of any business, cars, toasters, even, whatever that may be, food, or movies and games. The bottom line at the end of the day that is gonna rack you in the most money long term and keep your company actually floating is normal people. Us. Me, you. The reason why I say that is because here's another thing. Even if you could get the 1% or whatever you want to call it, or just all the rich people in the world to buy your game, that's still not going to sustain it. Compared to the amount of people on Earth, that's probably only a couple 100,000 in retrospect. It's probably higher than that, but you get my drift. Compared to the vast majority that is the human species, the 99 and the 1, the 1 doesn't have enough money to do that. Here's another thing about the 1%. The only way these companies get the other 1% to buy their games, they have to do a little mutual, I'm going to put it nicely and like what you said in chat, touchback. They have to give a little touchback, and you know what that means? Paying money for award ceremonies and these conferences like what was it, Ubisoft or EA that had their own? Who was it that had that spent all that money and had their own like giant personal press conference that was like Sony's and E3, but it was like their own version. That shit is also super asinine because that also is what is required to get another 1% to support your product. You had to basically kiss their butt, set up who knows how expensive event, probably in the millions, worth of food and attractions, entertainment, content for the speech, the speakers, the people who are coming that you have to pay for for them to get up on stage. You spent more than you earned trying to get people to buy your game. Those people don't support you. They don't keep your companies going. We do. Say frick those lulu crazy dudes and monkey suits and actually come back to us, your family, who keep you going. Because that's how that works. Because otherwise, we're just going to throw you off the train and said, you don't get to stay on this train. You ain't a part of the family anymore. And then once it reaches that point, we ain't coming back. So, or no, you have too much faith in human intellect when there's a company in our country making billions selling water in a can. I think I know who you're talking about. But I don't think so. I actually don't think so. Because even with that example you just gave, that was a good example though. I still think it's not making that much. The one you just referenced. But I think those billions are over exaggerated. Where's the Baltimore? We need to get him on in on this. Because I have a feeling that's much like Ubisoft did. That sounds like a hyped up number. That sounds unrealistic. Like actually unrealistic. Like to the point that there's just not enough money in the world for that to make sense. That sounds like cooking the books. Is what I call that. That sounds like something illegal is going on. I don't think that's the water. That's a company that's a shill company that it's pretending to be a water company, but it's doing other shit behind the scenes. Its money ain't coming from the water. Especially when there's tons of other bottled water companies out there too. It's like Dasani, Deer Park, all of those as examples as bottled water companies. In general, if you were to use that market as an example, one company can't make that much because once again, too many other too many other cooks in the kitchen. It's the same. It's over once again oversaturation. Any product can suffer from this. But I don't know. But like I said, I do have faith in it. I there is definitely some stupidity that goes on with us humans, and we make some very dumbass mistakes and support some very dumbass things sometimes. But overall, I have faith enough that the one thing humanity does answer to the biggest, and this is why I believe any human is as strong in this one aspect. Do you know what causes a human to fight back the hardest? It's when it puts them at basically not in danger, not the right word, although it may be in some cases, but in most cases more of it puts them at financial despair. In this case, talking about market and talking about consumerism and just being a consumer in general of anything, it puts the consumer at such a default, terrible mentality that they eventually just don't buy the product because they're not enjoying it. Because that's one thing that the strongest emotion in the human brain is its ability and want to have something that actually makes it forget about its troubles, right? And we're talking about entertainment for this one, the video game one, like we've been talking about this whole time. When you have a product that's based in entertainment and based in, it's supposed to be taking the human mind out of reality in the first place, so they don't have, since reality can suck, because there are definitely still terrible people out there. I mean, like I talked about with my van, me and my mom got scammed by someone who basically gave us a shit engine, and now my van is barely functioning. More better than barely functioning beyond cutting off again. Now, luckily, we found someone who kind of knows things now, and we actually found someone who works on older vehicles, and even he told us, "Yeah, this ain't good." He did because we found out we're gonna need a valve job on a. It's not a brand new engine; it's technically remanufactured, which you're not supposed to. Like you're not supposed to do that. Anything within the term of remanufactured means it's been taken and essentially redone fully. All the parts that were working, those might stay in that situation. Those probably might not get messed with too much, especially if they're in good condition, like really good condition is what the terms of it is. But in most cases, they replace majority of it with brand new or parts that are essentially brand new that should have the same feeling as brand new, especially within the first year. My van, we got the engine put in it, what, the beginning of this year? End of last year was when we started dealing with this BS. It already needs a valve job. And if you don't know what that is something that an engine that was just remanufactured should not be having. So, this confirms my fear of what most likely he did and charged us for the latter, even though that's not what he did. I think he rebuilt or not remanufactured, rebuilt my engine that was broken in the van and put that bitch back in there and painted it so it wouldn't look the same. Because it is a different color, but it's just black paint. You know how easy it is to get black paint and just paint over what it looks like? There are stats. It just baffles me to no end that and luckily that's not the norm unless you live in North Carolina. I'm going to call it out a little bit. This place is full of terrible people. There's some good people here too, but this place is full of terrible people. What do you call it? But it just saddens me that but that is a good example of that. There is always going to be stupid people, but that's the point of entertainment, right? The point of an entertainment product is, in my case, to take me away from not having to think about the BS of that van and everything. It's slowed down and blah, 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 blah. Well, When you start to stop caring about this in the entertainment industry, this is when you're going to lose all of your money. And I do mean this in almost a literal sense, because it's almost a guaranteed business suicide, because you are essentially taking something you could stare at mathematically and seeing it that 99% of your people are this type of consumer and only 1% of your other consumer is this. But then you decide with the one, thinking somehow that's going to make you more money? These guys are clearly idiots. The people in charge of these numbers anymore, they need to go back to elementary school even. They can't even read basic freaking math, addition and subtraction. Because it's really all you need at the base level. There's some more to go into if you want to get in some real statistic management, then calculations and percentages and things like that come into play, and things you need to learn how to do. But at the brass tacks of it all, they can't even get that far. They're not even basing it on even any of that shit I just said. They're not even going past subtraction and addition, because the basic numbers that aren't adding up aren't even percent-based numbers. They're flat numbers, hard numbers. So how do you screw that up? You know how stupid you'd have to be? Wait, I have my final example. Nestle, the fact this evil company is profitable and don't treat water as a human right. You shall. I have heard about that. I don't know how much of it's true yet, but I wouldn't put it past them. Nestle does come off as kind of weird. I don't know why. I don't know who's in charge of that company per se, but it gives off a bit of a UAC vibe. I'm not even gonna lie. It does. And I'm like, you? No? Where's my super shotgun? And I mean that in a joking fashion. It's like, I really hate that we have to say that in today's time. You can't tell the difference between someone truly making threats and someone just making a vague, angry, assessment, but using a doom joke. But that is essentially, they feel like UAC. Maybe that's how the Hell Priest got in. We need to check in on that. It turns out that's where the Deeg are. The Order of the Deeg is the one ruling Nestle. That's how they got their temples here in the Arctic. They secretly have Nestle factories in the Arctic. If that were true, I'd be actually kind of concerned. Even jokes aside, I'd be like, no, I meant that as a joke. Don't you dare be serious. It's like, won't you do it? Nestle gets away with this because they own so much stuff and take their labels off their products so people never know they're buying from them. Oh, no, I know. I've heard about that. I'm hoping that's going to start changing. There's a lot of things, and America needs to do it first. If we want to make a statement to these crazy loons, America needs to be the one who pulls these metaphorical, of course, triggers first and go, no, 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 no. And it's like, because I also think that our president, where I live here in America, should do something about that too. Your ass should be required, if you're anyone involved in any of these companies and own them, just like a video game company is required to do this, like EA, for instance, and they're like producing out, and they've published out to another developer, like a small developer like BioWare or something like that as an example, is like, oh, my brain, I'm getting tired. It keeps them truthful. Keeps you knowing who actually screwed you. So, and it's called self-accountability. We don't do enough of it in America anymore. This is why I watch, and I'm gonna give him a shout out. This is why I watch Asmongold TV. Because he holds people accountable. No one does this anymore. Freaking no one. And that's part of the problem. And America needs to buck up and start being the America it was once known to be as far as its getting shit done. And say, screw these company dicks. And throw their asses out. Or force them into such a vice that they have to live within the dynamics of everyone else. Just like anybody. So, let's see, the Nestle CEO even said, water is not a what? See, if he had said that today, when did he say that, though? How long ago was that? Like, how long ago was this? Okay, so I'm going to say this. Smart lunatic, then. I'll give him at least he's a smart lunatic. You want to know why? Do you know what would have happened if he did that shit today? Nestle would have tanked. Because the internet would have ate his ass alive so bad, it had destroyed the company. That's why people like that don't go on the internet. Or if they do, they're freaking idiots. Because that is your ultimate kryptonite for all of you monkey suit crazy loons. Is the internet is the real weapon of the people. I don't like I said, I don't condone violence and anything of those sorts. But we don't need to do that. Violence is not necessary. We can just break their wallets. It's easy. And it doesn't hurt the person directly. That's their fault. Because they were an atrocious asshole. So they deserve to lose the money. No one deserves to lose their life unless they're a criminal of another scale, like hurting people and stuff, physically and stuff like that. Those kind of people, yes. But like just some business goon in a suit who's an idiot and terrible and the worst type of person you could meet, they don't deserve to lose. No, they don't deserve to lose their life. I don't condone that. But I do condone them living in a box and losing their company. Because that's not them losing their life. That's them losing their livelihood because they deserved it for their choices. You shouldn't be rewarded for these decisions. You should have shit taken away. Because I do think as a human species, we're going to get to a point, we're going to realize, and I'm going to say this last thing, because we do need to end it, and because I don't want to go into this subject, because this is a deep well I'm about to say. This is my personal opinion. I am not like saying anyone else needs to follow this. It's just me. But I wholeheartedly believe at some point as a human society, even as harsh as this might sound, we're going to realize, and I dare say this out loud, but I have to, because we're going to go there no matter if we say it or not. It's just we need it to go the right way with it and not the wrong way. Which was going the wrong way and maybe now the right way slightly. Because now it's less about certain voices and more about all voices. But I do think in certain cases, I'm not saying all, we're going to realize as a species at some point, especially America, freedom of speech is important. And it is a right that should never go away. But I think we're going to learn we need to put some limits on it. And I know that's not going to be a favored and a favorable opinion from most people. Because that's not technically what people believe what we're supposed to be. But the issue with the same problem, if you let it go too hard in the paint of freedom of speech, people abuse it. And people use it to weaponize it. And then it becomes something evil. Then it's no longer freedom of speech. It's something else. And I think that's, as a species, we need to realize. And as America, we're going towards that direction. I think we're starting to realize we shouldn't just let everyone bow off just because they can bow off. Especially when they don't have the facts to back any of this up. And then when you have examples like the strikes that happened with the Hoyo thing and many other things, it goes to show you some of these people are not intelligent enough, no offense, to bow off on these subjects. So they should just keep it to themselves. Because once again, an opinion is like assholes and elbows. Everybody's got them. Except me. I've got asshole, but not elbows. But anyways. But that being said, it's like it's that self accountability. We need to start. It's like a child, or it's like a child situation in a parent. We need to start rearing our children. And what I mean by this is in a literal sense, and some people act like kids anyways as adults. It's the same principle I gave for parents raising their kids, and they just throw them on an internet device and have nothing to do with their life. It's that same accountability. If you don't hold it, the fact, since that parent never held their child accountable and the internet raised them, that's what creates a lot of these crazy goons. Because the internet raised them, not a real parent. Because those parents were too modern and thought, oh, I'm not going to do this to my kid. That's considered blah, 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 blah. Okay, so you'd rather him turn into a brat or the devil, not literally, but essentially the devil, and people hate him or her for the rest of their existence until they are dead. That's a huge disrespect and disservice to your child as a parent. Extremely. So, that's like I said, that's why I'm appreciative. Even though me and my mom don't agree on everything, I'm appreciative at least of what she does as a parent back when I was a kid. If she hadn't, I wouldn't be what I am now in certain cases, in certain things, or know what I know now. There are certain things my mom is wrong on, and I love her to death, but overall, she's still a great parent. And so are a lot of the ones who actually did what my mom did, which is pop me in the fucking mouth when I was an idiot back when I was a kid. Nowadays it's a little different because we're both adults, and I technically know more things than her in certain things. Not everything. I don't bow up on things that I do not know enough on. I'll just keep quiet. That's what you're supposed to do. If you do not have the expertise, and the other person does have the expertise, maybe you should let them carry the conversation. It's like a marine biologist trying to tell a rocket scientist how to build a rocket. It's the same principle. But that being said, as far as just parenting in general is concerned, I'm wholeheartedly an older school parent that if I get to have kids one day, I won't be able to do this, but I'm going to make sure whoever my girl or wife ends up being, or the mother of my children, she needs to be willing to pop them one when it needs to be done. Like, and I'm not talking about hit. I'm talking about slapping. Slapping is okay. I know people have tried to demonize it, but sometimes words will not do it when it comes to a child who is immature and is still growing and has done something really bad and really wrong, especially if they try to do it again. You can do the soft route in the beginning. Like, try to give them the benefit of the doubt and discipline them, maybe take something away, ground them. But if that doesn't work, the next step is, now you're going to learn what happens when you act like an ass to other humans. Because if you don't learn it now, you're going to have a worse incident happen to you as an adult. This is also doing a disservice to your child when you don't do this. When you don't kind of pop them in the mouth or whatever, or slap them a little bit. Like when they're acting like an absolute brat to someone else. Because if you don't curtail that, and that makes it to their adulthood, they're on a very likely chance that they're going to get hurt. Mostly because they're going to piss off the wrong person, and that person's going to literally beat their ass. And they better pray not almost to death. Because some people don't hold back when they get angry. So it's like, but it's also that person's fault for poking the bear unnecessarily just to try to be the winner in that case. So, because there's some things worth fighting for, other things it's like, let that shit go. It's like, so it's the same principle. And that comes back full circle before we end it to self accountability. We need to do it to adults too. Not necessarily the slapping, but other ways of self accountability. So in the case of business, well, don't buy their shit and make them lose lots of money so they learn their lesson. That's essentially slapping them in the face. Same principle. They will learn and they won't do it again. And it's like, so. Let's see, there has been boycotts of Nestle, but as I said before, they own a lot of companies and has no labels, so people still buy from them. Well, like I said, all it takes is one good president to notice this and figure out this and go, excuse me? And go, yeah, that ain't business. That ain't fair market either, which our current president believes in because he is a businessman himself. So, yeah, let him find out about that. He'll end that shit overnight. Because you'd be like, you better put your labels on that or I'm taking your company apart. And I will sanction you into the ground. And then they'll take it more seriously that water is a human right and your company does not rule the world. Hell, if anybody ruled the world, it's definitely not you, Nestle. It's probably Disney. Disney's the only one who can even properly someone make a claim that big if they wanted to, even though they would probably get beaten eventually anyways. Even they're not invincible. Even though that sounds crazy to say probably to most people, but nothing's invincible. It just takes the right situation. But yeah, all that takes is our president finding out about that and that truly getting some leeway. People just need to boycott it some more. We need to fully step back into it. Like, people need to start speak out more against stuff like that. And then when we have good presidents like we have right now who actually will do something about it, we'll notice that and go, oh, I see. So you're the other one siphoning our funds. Because that's also another thing. How much of that money do you think is actually going to America and being a part of the profits that are happening in America? Probably very little. So get the government to find wind of this. Yeah, you don't make money without them making money. So if they found that out, they'll chop your legs right off metaphorically just because you didn't loop them in. Like I said, the easiest way to beat a corrupt wolf is get a bigger wolf to eat it. It's like, you see, also I forgot to mention Nestle is a European company. Yep, the EU clearly forgot to punish something that is long overdue. Well, that's part of the reason why probably it's doing different, why it's not really quite caught here yet, because he probably doesn't know that quite yet. But that also kind of rakes in even more what I said. Because it's an EU company and not an American company, if that shit got found out and got enough leg behind it to get it to the right ears, oh, that would be Kurt. At least in America, I can't say for Europe, but at least in America, that shit would be shut down overnight, and the rules would be forced to change on them. It is kind of weird the EU hasn't hit that, but they'll hit a horse game for exploiting young girls for money, like trying to get them to buy horse stuff for like hundreds of dollars with their parents' pocketbooks. That's bad, but I do kind of think, okay, but you have a company literally proclaiming water is not a human right, when without water, humans die. Europe. Just want to say that out loud if any European administrator ever sees any of these videos. Doubt it, but hey. Yeah, so if you're going to punish a company for exploiting children through trying to steal money from them because they don't know any better on how the credit card and money works because they're too young, they just see pretty armor for a horse, then you definitely, and since that's a violation of human rights, in a sense, you definitely should be looking at Nestle then. Just saying, Europe. My money's on what it is probably Nestle has politicians they own. But once again, this is all probably going to fade away because I think it's right, the right wing, that's what red is, right? Not left. Left is blue, right is red, I think. So the right wing side of things is bucking up in Europe as well, from what I've heard from James and Tam King from different parts of the European Union, or just all of that and together. They are starting to see more politicians that are like Trump here stepping up and putting these people who are the minority with these opinions and these greedy ass strategies to the curb. So we are starting to see it. The problem is there's still too many blues or lefts that run Europe. That's why that shit's still going on in Europe. That's also why Europe is still having a huge immigration problem still, which I'm not going to get into that too much, but with a certain thing going on where ours has been drastically reduced. So, and it's one of those things like it's like, so, but that shows you it's because the politicians over there are still trying to skim off the top, and they're just greedy businessmen who just want to steal from everybody and pull in a populace that will just pay them blindly. Like I said, there's a ton of theories and a ton of political things I could talk about and things that I have theories on. Once again, they're not necessarily facts. I don't like to call my stuff facts. I don't go into the hardcore like some of the people I watch that do this. That's why I watch them instead. But it's also where I learn things too. Sometimes I didn't learn or didn't know as well. So that I didn't find somewhere else, but it's one of those things where I think we're naturally going back in the other direction because I think the general populace has realized we let literally maybe, I'm going to give you a small number, or a big number but a small number in comparison to what actually America's populace is. So I'm going to put this in perspective. For the last 8 years during the Democratic side of things, for the last 4 to 8 years, let's say you have a pool of 800,000 people. There's 800,000 people total in this one country. This is just an example towards what America ended up feeling like, but on a smaller scale. 800,000 people, and for some reason, somehow along the way, during the beginning of those 8 years, the political side, House, that represents the number I'm about to say, somehow made it where literally, out of 800,000 people in that pool I just used as an example, his gun disappeared. I need to end it soon. I don't know why it's doing that. Like, literally out of, I think I can reload it if I go back. Yeah. Literally out of 800,000 people, that was the equivalent of allowing 20,000 of that 800,000 people to make all the decisions for the rest. Not asking the other 800, so that would be 780,000 people still, because there's 20,000 removed from the 800,000. So 780,000 people have to blindly follow the 20,000 rules. Does that sound mathematically right to you? And it's because media introduced something both great and dangerous. When the internet was born and media became fully big, smaller, more corrupt things in corporations and conglomerates and whatever you might call them, certain politicians and families even, became a thing. It had two effects. One, the internet was great just because, well, the internet allows you to technically have more of a foresight. This is why it's a double-edged sword. It's good and bad. It's good because we get to use it for this as well, what I'm about to say. But the internet allowed for infinite information. And I'm not talking about infinite truth, just infinite information. About probably 10% of what's on the internet is actually true at best. In any case, that's pretty shitty. But in general, and we're talking about like all the crazy parts of the internet. Some things are a little more controlled, and even then, still, even within that zone scale, probably still only about 10% of it's truly being supported, really. Depends on what it is. But that is essentially the same principle. Whatever happened during those administrations, that's the word I'll use, it basically handed the 780,000 populace over to the 20,000 to do whatever the hell they wanted to do with it. And then it took us a little while to realize it, but we finally realized as the 780,000, wait a minute, our number is literally 1,000 times bigger than yours. Maybe we don't care if you make our decisions anymore. Because that's another thing that a lot of these leaders have to remember too, no matter what country they're from. At some point, at the end of the day, at least for right now, yeah, we rule this, not you. Without us, you wouldn't exist. So, I'll say it again. The ant colony always wins. So, the majority is the majority, and if this is just opinions alone, if you're in the minority of that opinion, I hate to tell you this, and this is something even I had to come to terms with, because there are certain opinions I have out there that the majority of people wouldn't agree with. But that's, once again, it's an opinion. But the fact that I am the only one who thinks this does hearken into the fact that part of what I believe might be true, but part of it's like, in some cases. But that's kind of how you're supposed to look at it. It's like no one opinion is stronger than the others. But you know what is stronger than all of one opinions? A multitude when it happens, especially when people come together. It's a guarantee win. The ant colony will savage you and rip you to pieces. Whether you be a striker that falsified, a VTuber who betrayed her partners and her allies, or a dirty company who makes a $200 million trash can. Which is Concord, as you all know. I don't want people to know we're never talking about Doom. Doom is a king. Doom rules on top of the hill, laughing at all the other stupid ones. Ready to rip and tear anyone who dares challenge his authority. So I smell a buttload of lobby money. Time to surprise you, Art. Nestle is technically bigger than what? Huh. I finally heard something that's baffling. This truly is becoming the idiocracy of this universe. The moment you finally hear a chocolate bar company is making more money than the mouse. Well, it's not even really the mouse anymore, sadly. I actually think I have more respect for it slightly when it was the mouse. Anyways, my last comment, Ardnot, it gets worse. The more you look into Nestle like them poisoning water in third world, really? Enforcing them to, wow. Oh. Don't scare James with this, but part of me wonders if it's getting that bad and Europe doesn't start changing this soon, and our president did say this a little, at least on a vague kind of soft hand kind of way of saying it, to Britain. You better chill, Britain. Because now you are sounding more and more like a certain regime every day that America does not like at all. And if you get in bed with them, you can guarantee you'll suffer the fate they will, just less. Because we won't utterly devastate what would happen to Europe in that situation, but yeah, and with what certain things I said about what's still going on with the left side over there and the things I talked about with James, it is actually from that certain regime that problem I mentioned is occurring. It's a very specific set of culture and people that are being flooded into Britain. So like I said, if that's the bed they want to get in, they better be ready to sleep in the fire. And it's like, because if they think that that country and that regime and organization can keep the European Union afloat, well, I've heard funnier things in my life. And that's probably the funniest, stupidest thing ever. So, but either way, by or not, they sell more than yeah, they sell water and stuff too, and they sell, well, technically, like you said, they're technically got their hands in a lot of shit. There's even Nestle, what was it, snack lunches and all kinds of stuff. There's Nestle soups. But once again, like you said, I do think that they're removing their shit from a lot of their brands. But this needs to get to the word of a mouth to a certain someone here, because he can force them to do that here. He can't do that in other countries, but he can do it here. And revealing even more of what they're capable of. And then that would trigger an even more of him going to Britain and saying, you need to control this, or we will do something about it. Because this is, it's like I said, the general populace, America as a whole, I know I can speak at least for this populace, the most, we're fucking done. We're done putting up with the shit. Done putting up with the horsing around, the bull cruddery, the fake lies, the manipulation. Yeah, America's done. And that usually leads to crazy things. But I hope y'all all enjoyed. We do need to end it here, so I want to say big shout out to my moderator Farseer. I love talking about these things. I don't talk about them to too full length like other channels do, but because I'm not as knowledgeable. I know the basics. That's usually what I run on is common sense, because common sense is the ultimate weapon, especially against the stupidity that has born itself into this world. Because common sense at the end of the day is the biggest thing to recognize what's truly probably happening. It's that it's that crazy, what's the most unlikely thing you can think of, that's probably the truth. Not literally, but it's kind of in that same sense. Because common sense lets you see truly what the person is capable of on an individual level, and then that will tell you what they probably do on a higher level than anything else. That's where I think a lot of my gift of what I am good at doing at reading people and reading stories comes from. Because it's, at the end of the day, as complicated as people try to make things, it isn't. It all boils down, when you start breaking it down, to several core foundations of anything, no matter what you're talking about in a subject. So, no, it's not complicated. It's just don't freaking do it. And slap the ones who do. That's the simple answer. And the brass tacks of it when it comes to these situations. So, before we go, evidently we need to deal with several of our own demons. That's true. We do. When we're working on that, the more I hear from his press conferences, and the more I hear from the administration that's going on right now, the things I see changing, it's getting there. It's getting there. But Let's see. Trust me, we have shit just as bad, but are under the radar. Well, that's because once again it was tied to a certain political agenda from a previous administration who wanted this to be a thing because they needed it to be a thing because they were getting a portion of the money. That's also another rule I think in the future as America we need to do for our presidency. They're not allowed to be endorsed by companies for their campaigns. They have to endorse their campaign themselves. Because most of these guys are rich enough to do it. They just don't want to pay for it because that would take away from their car money or their rich power hungry money. So I do think at some point we need to make a law that a president cannot be endorsed by any outside company. They have to endorse their own campaign and run under their own juices. Because that's also how all this shit got started before it changed and before Trump is trying to weed it out. It was because all these Democrats in these previous administrations all were basically kissing the ass of some company somewhere that was endorsing their shit and paying them their money. If you trace back to all of these previous politicians, not a single one of them stands on their own. All of them were pushed to the top by some rich, invisible force from some company, which is not okay. That ain't my president. I don't want a president like that. They do not represent me. They do not represent this country. If they're being paid for by some shadow company for their campaign, because that means all they're going to do during their presidency is make that company's life better while shitting on everyone else. That is not allowed and should not be allowed and should be forbidden and banned and extricated from it and built a law around it so it can never happen again. This would also save the Democratic House because I think there's just so many snakes left in that den that I don't think that they're going to have a legit we're going to see a legit Democrat for 8 years, like minimum. Whatever they think they're going to run in the next 4 years isn't going to do shit. Especially not from what I've heard they're probably picking. It isn't going to stand a candle. It isn't. The only way that would happen is if something else bad happened somewhere else. But it could actually be proved that it was the current administration's fault. Because all the stuff they've tried to fake that out in has been proven wrong. And it keeps getting shown that this is all propaganda bullshit. So, the only way Democrats ever get back into this race of political campaigns and actually want to be voted for over anyone else again, they're gonna have to burn the Viper Den. The Viper Den has to be destroyed. The den that was created by the Clintons, anything associated with that needs to be burned down. Not literally, figuratively. Like go in, sanction, remove security like Trump did, sanction. And it's like just cut it all fucking down. And it's like, because those rats poisoned our country. And it was because of a certain man that they associated with that started this. And the nasty bullshit that he incurred. If there's any man in existence that deserves... He's not existing anymore, by the way, I don't think. If he is, then, oh dear God, he is using some immortal Resident Evil bullshit to stay alive if he was. But, there's only one man on this planet. And there's only one man on this planet that deserves any type of death threat that would ever come his way from back in the old days. And his name starts with Ep, and it ends with Frankenstein. But you changed the Stein to a Steen. That is a devil of a creature. That is not a human. It ruined this country. He poisoned... Now, they're responsible for their own choices as well. They're just as much rat and demons now as well. He basically was the devil and turned the Democrats into the demons. Because we all know probably what I'm referencing. And that shit really did happen. It was proven. So, does anyone really out there want to still be really admitting that you're going to vote for the Democrats when all of what came from the Democrats came from a person who was responsible for an island of absolute pure evil? It's like, that man was the closest thing to a con maker of just does not give a shit. Ruin this world for the pure suffrage so I can be its king. That man better be glad I never ran into him as an adult and we didn't exist in the same timeline. It's like he'd have found out how much like Slayer I actually am. And I don't say that often. Once again, I don't condone this on hardly anyone. But there are some people out there who are deserving of it. Because they caused other people to get hurt, and even children in that case, of that specific one. So that dude deserves to burn. So, and anything associated with it too. That's what I'm saying. I may not say literally, and I don't condone literally burning certain things, but like I said, we need to cut the poison out. And if you want to know where it began, and if you want to know where to start, go all the way back to Clinton and go forward. Anything from there up forward needs to be deleted. And needs to be flushed out down the toilet and get real Democrats back in the Democratic House. Because Democrats before the Clintons used to represent something. And used to be good. There were some badass Democrats in America's time who also didn't take no shit either. Like they wanted bigger government and tried to negotiate in their cases, but they also didn't take no shit. And that's what I miss about the blue side. Because that was something that both sides are supposed to share because they're both American government houses. So and since Americans naturally are feisty people, we're supposed to have that doomslayer mentality, not just sit on the sidelines and let it happen. We're supposed to be out here punching these demons in the fucking face. It's like, yeah, you're forgetting about the military-industrial complex side as well. They're probably at this point gotten too powerful to stop. Well, no, because that's actually split in half. The military-industrial complex side has two branches as well. There is a red to blue to that as well, Farseer. And guess whose is bigger? The red. That's the one thing blue has never had. Not once. Blue will never have the better military-industrial complex side of generals and things like that. They all serve the red side. You want to know why? Because most military, average person, especially if they have a family, isn't going to look at what the blues are saying with any logic. They're going to look at that and go, this dude's a psycho and is danger to my family. So, because of the mentality of how a military person works, just like the Night Sentinels see more black and white than they do gray areas, they're not going to see that and they're going to go, no. So, I actually think that that's not technically true. It is unstoppable, but here's the thing. The side that has the more unstoppable force is technically the side that is winning and is the side that's actually doing the things that represent what this country is now. And represent fighting back against something that was destroying us. Economically, socially, all kinds of shit. And it's like, so, I actually don't think that's as true a statement either, because then that would be the assumption that the military complex itself is a separate entity which it is in its own right from a corporation or a agency type perspective, but realistically, it is still just as much colored by whether they're on the Republican or Democratic side. And certain generals, and also depending on who the president is at the time, also buffs or debuffs one or the other. So because we have a Republican president, the right or red side is gonna is going to substantially increase in strength. So, technically, I don't know if that's true either. This is also why, even though for a while there people were scared that America might break out into a conflict within its own self, it could still happen technically. But my thing is, I don't think that's a realistic thing. Maybe, but at the same time, I think because there's so many average people, and after the voting happened with Trump, kind of shows something else too, that I think that there's just so many vast majority of people, or normal people, who side with whoever is not insane, and in this case it's the Republicans, that just overwhelm it in numbers so much that it wouldn't, even if it tried to buck up and try to do something drastic and cause a civil or whatever kind of conflict, I don't think it'd last that long. I think the actual forces that they could muster would be nothing compared to the other side. Literally nothing. So, and the tech, well, ironically, how do you use tech against something else that has the same tech? Not only does it know how to use it as well, but you all have kill switches for each other's machines. So this boils down to infantry. And guess how much manpower red has versus blue? A lot more. And it's like, and a lot more firepower to a certain extent. Even if that does get pulled out of the play in some cases, if that were to happen. But yeah, either way. By or not, still find it surprising. Surprising that there's a washing machine company making A-10 Warthogs and ballistic missiles. It's industrialism is how that works. That actually doesn't surprise me because that's kind of how real life... If you were going to have any industrial complex, that's where it's born usually. It's born from something small and grows into something big. I mean, video games were created in the opposite sense. We owe video games' existence to a nuclear physicist who was working on nuclear bombs. It's like, think about that as we end the stream and the mentality and how the human brain works. But that's also why I use common sense, because that's the stuff you can read. Because whatever the person was in their real life, that's what they'll do in their professional and the things they prefer to do in general. This is also why I'm so good at video gaming against multiplayer and against people. I can move read people because I can see their personality coming out in their character after they kill me the first time, and I can see how they think and go, okay, so I know what to do against you next time. This is why I do so good at Rivals. But either way, I want to add one final thing to your previous statement. What's up? What's up, Farseer? Instinct is everything. That's what my motto is. Your instincts will never lie to you. Everything else can lie, but instincts never lie. Let's see, there's enough privately owned tanks in this country to field entire tank divisions. Oh, I know. And that's another day. But you know who's going to own those? Those are going to be the people who voted for our current president. So, once again, more firepower. The Blues screwed too many over. The Democrats had something good back in the old days. Like in the earlier 50s and the 60s. But they ruined it. They showed that message is not what they represent anymore. They pretend that that's what they still are, but they represent some sort of conglomerate company shill scheme that's basically a giant pyramid scheme on the entire country. So that's what Blue has become. And that's why they have no support. Or at least not enough support that matters. And it's like, and that's why if that situation and they ever tried to do some crazy shit like that, they'd lose overnight. Because the people, the red side of the hell, it wouldn't even be just red. Libertarians, independents, everyone would turn on them overnight. Because those are the ones who all voted for our current, even other Democrats in some cases. Just because if it was that unanimous and the percentage was that vastly different when the election ended, this means at least 75 to 80% of the country supported Trump directly. So that's a huge number. Like that number is unheard of in generations. And it's the Democrats' fault that it happened. Because they could have done better. They could have gotten better people. But no, let's go get a scam artist like guy who rambles a lot, who's got a criminal son, and then we'll pardon him at the end. No. If they want to ever know why we don't care about their house anymore, if it comes to that next election, then they need to look in a damn mirror. But anyways, and those guns still work, yeah. From old Shermans to literal T-72s, German Leopards, that's true, because we have bought some and shipped some over here before. Or, like you said, private owners have. And the guns still work. And even if they had the guns that were kind of covered up, like you know how they fill the cannons with like cement or whatever they do now to make sure the cannon can't be used with it by a civilian or the weapons can't be used. You know how easy and overnight the American government, especially on the side that I'm talking about, could outfit these civilian models if they needed to, and just strap in some M64s, unblock the cement from the cannon if it did have that treatment done to it, load it with the shells it needs, and boom, that tank is live and active. So it's like so it's like America's sitting on a gold mine, and that's also something our president mentioned before I go. We've been sitting on resources that the blues were just ignoring because they'd rather outsource us and sell us out to other countries instead of be self-sufficient. Because that is a suicidal tactic no matter what politician you should be. It's like no matter what your belief is, like to me, just that's where the common sense comes in, right? That's where I feel like no one has it anymore because common sense should tell you, I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian, selling all of your resources and importing every single thing, even though I get what it was supposed to be for back in the day, it was to try to promote less aggressiveness. And once again, this back in the day. It was to try to promote less aggressiveness, and that if you're trading with this country for resources and they're trading with you for a resource they need instead of making it internally, it was less likely you were going to go to war. However, as modernization has kicked in, countries are getting bigger, more self-sufficient, robotics is becoming a thing, AI is a thing. This has now propelled our species into a point that strategy doesn't work anymore. We cannot do that. That strategy will not save us and will not do any less to prevent war than anything else would at this point. So, one could even almost say, and I'll give the Democrats one benefit of the doubt, even though I don't think this is what it is, and I do think it was pure greed and corruption that did this, but I'll give them one benefit of the doubt. They're kind of behaving like Nintendo is when they're pretending that this is still the 50s and fucking 60s. Like, the Democrats believe that this is the 60s. I wholeheartedly think that. Because I swear they think the internet doesn't exist. Because they say stupid shit and then they wonder why they got called out by all of the entire American populace on the internet. Well, because the internet exists, you dumb. And it's like, it's there for us to all see your stupidity now. That's the good thing side of the internet, is it exposed the idiocy of people. So, because it's like these press conferences with a certain previous president and other things. It's like, I swear, do these guys not know the internet is a thing? They're just setting themselves up to look like fucking jokes. They're too closed in their bubble. This is what I mean about we don't need people leading us who do not live with us. And I mean that in a figurative way. Like, they may live in the same country, but they do not live with us. They live in a mansion, bubbled up society of a life so closed off that they don't know what real life is. They probably don't even know what the internet is. That's how old fashioned that stupidity is. And that's why Trump destroyed them, because he's modern. Trump realized you cannot be a archaic president in a modern time. That's why he slaughtered them. Because he did everything he knew the modern people wanted right now, and all the troubles we were going through. Because you cannot use the same strats you did 30 years ago, or hell, let's see, it's 2025? Hell no, not even that. 1989 and 90s was Clinton, right? So, fucking 30 to 40 years, or 50 almost. Holy shit, it's about my age, right? So we're gonna say almost 40 years. I'm gonna let out a little bit of my age, 36. So it means 36 years of stupidity, greed, and absolute asinine behavior. And it's like an old-fashionedness. Because I know people try to pretend, oh, Trump's the old-fashioned one, blah, 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 blah. No, he's not. If he was, then a lot worse things would have happened. That's what people don't understand. It's like the true people who are proclaiming he's old-fashioned are the most old-fashioned. I'm not going to say it on my stream because I dare not say some of the stupid shit the previous administration leader says, but he used a word in his press conference that no one has used since the 50s. And it was against another race. And then people want to pretend that Trump is the racist one. It pisses me off. When he's not used this word, not even once. Hell, he doesn't even use the normal word that people use for safety today to reference other races and certain races when we're talking back to each other in the stress and the weird dramas going on. So it pisses me off when people do that. And then you have this dumb crazy dude with a blue tie on come up here and say this word that hasn't been said since the 50s. And I'm like, so clearly he's not racist? And once again, it's like they think the internet doesn't exist. Did they think that people weren't going to notice that? Why did they even let his old ass on the stage anyways? They're just trying to ruin their chances to ever be a political house ever again at this point. So, and this is not counting the vehicles the National Guard has from the 80s. But, nah, that's true. But, alright, y'all have a good one. We've vlogged and had some fun with Doom today. Tomorrow? Actually, I get paid tomorrow. Ooh, we might be able to do the surprise tomorrow. I'm not going to say what we're doing tomorrow because I don't quite know yet. I need to wait that by ear. We might do more Doom for the fun of it. Go play Quake, pick up where we left off on that. Play Blueprints for some more puzzling. Or the surprise. Because Dark Ages doesn't come out till actually next month. But the game that's a surprise is already out. I think I have an idea what we might do tomorrow, chat. We'll see how it works out. If not, it'll be on the 3rd for sure. This special surprise. But I hope y'all all enjoyed. And peace and love to everyone. And forgive me for my rambling sometimes, but it's a lot to say and there's a lot to going on in today's society. Especially where I live. So, and in Europe technically as well. But sometimes it's hard not to talk about it. This is also part of, I will say before I go, if I'm talking about this at this length, can you imagine how fed up everyone in general is? That they probably just want to say it out loud, but they're afraid to? I'm not. But But I'll be a slayer until I die. Nothing scares me, literally. Spiders slightly, but even that's not really somewhat the case now anymore. I've actually kind of xenomorphed them for me now. I don't know if I'll own one anytime soon, but I am starting to be comfortable around them. So, but I hope y'all all enjoyed, and peace and love to the rest of y'all out there. And big shout out to my moderator, Farseer, as always, chilling in chat, coming to join the cool, awesome streams. And tomorrow is either going to be really crazy out of nowhere, or we'll do something simple and still stick to the roots of what we're doing right now. So, peace and love to everyone. Bye, Farseer, and bye, everyone. Big shout out to Wizard who came in chat earlier. Big shout out to his channel. Show him some love. Subscribe to his channel as well. And I hope you all enjoyed coming into the flashback of Doom Eternal as we learned deep lore and hyping and preparation of Dark Ages coming this next month. So excited. But I hope y'all all enjoyed, and thank you so much for joining in tonight. And I wish you all a good one. And until next time, I will see you all tomorrow after I go run some errands in real life I've got to take care of as well. But and that'll might determine what we do as well. But we'll see. But thank you so much, and until then, stay safe out there, everyone, and remember, common sense and just try to always look at it from the outside of the box. Don't just jump down people's throats and push things on people. I'll always say that. So, even I've been victim of doing this to other people. I will say that before I go in previous streams, because even I have my limits sometimes where I get a little angry and then I get out of control a little bit. So, that's why I have James. That's what James is for. James is he kicks me in the face when I need to be kicked in the face. So, so big shout out to the Mad Lad. My the Zeech balancing the Zeech balancing scales. But until then, I hope you all have a good one, and I hope you all enjoyed this stream. And until next time, I will see you all tomorrow for whatever we may end up doing. Could be a surprise. We could be Blue. We could be Doom. We could be previous Doom. Anyways, peace and love. Bye, everybody. Bye. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I lost my voice. Bye.